Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. Good afternoon. What's going on, everybody? Greetings. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Say hi to Rob Anthony. He's here, too.
What's up, man?
Kat is back in Studio G.
Hey, guys.
Hello. And if you want to join us, now, a caveat. If you've never joined us before, you have to join us collectively. We are not possessed of the capacity for you to, let's say you were like, yeah, I really want to call in, or I only want to talk to two of you. You know, I guess I could hang back.
I could take my headphones off.
I didn't specify which two. Keeps it more democratic. However, this is not a democracy. I'm a benevolent dictator here. On the show, and so we'll proceed thusly. If you'd like to join us on the phones, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text me, 35192. If you want to watch the show live, there is a lively community at our YouTube channel there. People who congregate in the chat room. I have to assume, Rob, there's no shortage of shenanigans and goings-on in that chat room.
We get the
people playfully ribbing each other and outright insulting us. I have to think all manner of comment and insult.
There's not as much of the insulting in this room. Every once in a while, I get a little something, but not too bad. Mostly nice comments. Drunk Sue says hello a lot.
All right. What else? Oh, if you listen on the iHeartRadio app, there's a talkback button there that you can use to contact us during the show. And if you just want to fire off an email, that is Alan at AlanCoxShow.com. I have been up since 3:30 this morning. So your boy here is running on fumes. I'm just hoping to, I'm just going to power through the show today. But if I get a little slap happy later on, I certainly don't want that to be the case. I just want everybody to be on the same page.
Dog puke?
No, I just couldn't. It was just one of those nights. You know, I'm still trying to find that sweet spot of when I go to bed where I'm tired enough and I'll fall asleep. Again, I usually have no problem falling asleep. So I got to bed last night around 11:30. I was doing some writing before I went to bed, and then I go to bed around 11:30. And then I wake up around 3, and I kind of lie there for a while. But I know myself, and I know that it's very unlikely once I wake up that I'm going to fall back to sleep. Sometimes it happens. Last night it didn't. And so I was just laying there for a while, and I'm tossing and whatever. And I finally just get up around 3:30 and go downstairs, let the dog out, and, you know, get to work for today's program. And so, 3:30.
So when you do your writing before bed, are you writing handwriting or are you writing on a computer?
On my laptop.
See, that's part of the problem, they say.
Oh, really? You're supposed to do it in longhand.
Or just no screens after a certain point. Like, I've started actually doing that. Like, I put my phone down, try to read a couple pages of a book, listen to a meditation tape or something, and I'm out.
That's good.
That is smart. I know that you're supposed to do that, and I know that I should do that. Now, I won't lie there in the dark with my phone in my face. I won't do that. But I'll go downstairs, and I'll turn the lights on, and I'll start working.
Turn on night shift, too. It's like a warmer version of your screen, like iPhones and.
Oh, I thought you meant
Macs
the television
have it.
show. I thought you meant.
Yeah,
I thought you meant the movie with Michael Keaton and Henry Winkler.
Yeah,
The
maybe
Love Brokers.
And then I was thinking Night Court with the late great Harry Anderson. No, I'll do the thing.
You can do that.
I'll
you
do
can even
the.
time it.
I'll reduce my white point.
But that still is.
phone.
You're still
I
getting
know.
blue light, right? So
I know. And those blue light glasses are one big scam. So
Yes.
that's you talk to an optometrist and they'll go, yeah, those don't do anything. It's just something Walgreens can sell you on a carousel.
Do you meditate?
Do I meditate?
Yeah.
Not as a general rule.
Okay.
But I'm certainly not opposed to it.
I learned
Certainly
TM
I
years
work out
ago.
in the morning, but other than I don't. You do that? You do TM?
I do. I
Good for
don't
you.
do it as often as I should, and that's what like I spent the money to learn. I did the whole thing, and it's fantastic. But I'm one of those people that's like I could do so much other stuff with this 40 minutes every day, 20 minutes in the morning, 40 minutes at night. God, what else can I do? And then I do nothing.
Well,
So I just need to stay on top of it more than I am, and I haven't really gone to the center here in Cleveland. I used to do it a ton in Rhode Island.
I'm really good. I'm very good with time management, so I'm less concerned about that and more concerned about the fact, and I know as I say this out loud, the whole point of meditation is to quiet your brain down.
Oh yeah.
I have a very, very hard time doing that. And so I guess it's just a matter of getting into that habit, right?
It is.
Doing it a couple of times isn't going to do anything, and it's probably worth it to not give up. But I work out in the morning. Okay, so I had a new weight bench coming, right? And it was supposed to be delivered on Sunday. And then I get a message from Amazon, hey, it's delayed. This has been happening more and more, I'm sure with a lot of people lately, where you'll get a note and it'll go, hey, something in transit, blah, 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 whatever their explanation is. And they say it's probably going to show up now on Tuesday, which is today. And so I go, okay. Well, anyway, I get home last night, and there is one of those sticky notes from the post office. Hey, we have a delivery for you. Hey, we missed you. You didn't miss me. I was at work. I missed you. You're supposed, And I know that this is what it is. And then I go, these sons of bitches, why would they not just put it? Because this is going to be a big, heavy, and I don't know if it's in one box. I don't know if it's in a couple because it requires a little bit of assembly on my part. So anyway, so I know what I'm walking into, and I go to the post office this morning. By the way, this Post-it note, all it has on it is the date. There's no, because at the bottom, there's all these choices. Here's why we couldn't leave it. Requires a signature or whatever else. None of that stuff because it doesn't require a signature. I go to the post office. Get myself a book of Betty White stamps while I'm waiting.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy who happened to be working there is my postman, so he knows who I am. And so he goes, oh, yeah, I've got this thing in the back for you. And he drags out this giant box that's got my new weight bench in it. And he goes, I don't know why they didn't just deliver it to you. I go, yeah, why? It's their one job is delivering packages. Why would Amazon take a package to my post office? I don't understand. Maybe one of you Amazon drivers can educate me on this. I don't understand what happened.
That's so inconvenient.
Do they have to get it out of the car?
He goes, well, it's really heavy. I go, yeah, of course it's heavy. It is heavy, but I threw it on my shoulder and walked it out to my car. So again, not a huge inconvenience, but I'm like, genuinely, why did this go to my local post office and not my front step? Like, that's Amazon's one job is delivering packages. Why did this not go to my house? Why did I get a slip from the post office? I don't understand any of it. So I got it. It's in my car, and I'll take care of it in the next couple of days. But I'm like, why am I doing that? I don't understand this. I don't get it. If you're one of these Amazon drivers, you can educate me on that. But I don't understand what this entire process was as to why I had to go there and pick this up. Because I knew that's what I was walking into. I knew it. I wasn't expecting anything else. And I knew that's what this was.
It had to be the size. You know what I mean? It just like they couldn't bring it back or something like that.
But I've gotten bigger things than that before from Amazon. I mean, I don't understand.
Or the guy didn't want to bring it back.
Again, I put it on my shoulder and walked it out. So I'm not some giant dude, right? Anybody of moderate size could have carried this to the front door. A lot of times, they won't even do that. That's fine. I've come home and there's been packages leaned up against my garage.
Oh my gosh, I hate that.
Well, I don't mind it. I mean, I've got cameras and stuff, but it's like you gotta hope.
but-
You gotta hope there's no inclement weather, right? You gotta hope you don't come home to a soaked package.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes you don't always see that it's. Sometimes you don't always. That's sometimes a good thing, isn't it? But
soaked package.
you don't always see it when it's by the garage, and it's like somebody could easily accidentally like run over it. Even I don't like when they do that.
And again,
Doesn't make sense to me.
I realize there are, at least what I've been told by people who work for Amazon, I understand that there are strata of people who do that job. There are third-party delivery people that pull up in their old Nissan Sentra, and they pull something out of their car and they throw. And then there's other people driving the Amazon trucks. What I don't understand is why it was at my post office instead of. I don't understand how that works.
Didn't you have an issue?
I assume they contract out with Amazon, so I'm sure it's. No big complex explanation. It was just very strange to me.
Didn't you have an issue with your Traeger grill being delivered?
I did.
And it was the same sort of thing. It was delivered somewhere else, wasn't it?
This company that was supposed to deliver my grill instead delivered a giant piece of office furniture that was supposed to go somewhere else. And it was literally, because it was some third-party contractor, it was literally a month and a half of me calling people and talking to this company and telling them, hey, you've got my thing in your warehouse, because they don't know what's what. They just have a box with a tracking number on it, right? I go, I've got a giant disassembled piece of office furniture in my garage that is supposed to be my Traeger grill. Yeah, it was a whole month and a half. Alan, in my post office, they have a huge sign saying no Amazon, FedEx, or UPS deliveries or shipping. That's very strange. Again, this was the first attempt to deliver. I just had a slip that was, we've all seen those Post-it notes that you'll get on your door. Usually, it's for something that requires a signature. It's a certified letter or something like that. Like, especially this time of year where people are getting tax information, a lot of times you'll have to sign for something. I knew what was coming, and I knew that wasn't the case. All this Post-it note had on it was the date. Come to your branch and pick it up. It didn't even say what it was. Literally just had the date on it.
I figured out the problem.
What's that?
Who was it addressed to? Gwen?
No.
Well, the guy saw Alan Cox. He's like, I'm going to screw this guy. Knew exactly. Not a fan of the show. He doesn't like you. That's
dude,
it. Period.
You know how many packages I've gotten from Amazon? We're constantly getting packages from Amazon.
Nope. I think this guy had a vendetta.
90% of them do have Gwen's name on them, but 10%
phony
of
blood
them.
feud between you and Amazon driver. That's what I'm sticking with.
But again, I don't even know what that would be. Like, I'm unfailingly polite to the hoi polloi. I mean,
Nope.
But your one job is to deliver packages. They're not like picking up people's packages and putting them on their truck and taking them somewhere else. They're literally just dropping them off.
This guy
it's
right now,
delivery only,
sitting with his foot up on the dashboard, laughing. Ah, that's right, Alan. Talk about it, homie.
Well, I mean, boy, that's
what I think.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, I went and got it, so I have it now. But
it's getting back at the man.
I guess so.
Maybe you hung up on him once.
I guess. But again, it's, it was my mail carrier that brought it out. So it would stand to reason that, like, he would have been if it was contracted through the post office. I don't know. I'm ranting now, but it was just a very, very strange set of circumstances that I don't quite understand. Bottom line is, I have the item. It's in my car. It'll be fine. But I was just confused by the whole thing.
Yeah, a caller said that like Amazon should have delivered it themselves or had like FedEx or something like that more so deliver it, but I don't know why the post office ended up getting it. That might have been their mistake.
Maybe it was dropped off there after they made the attempt to deliver it.
Oh, yeah. And then also, like, apparently
but I don't,
vans
again, I don't
can't
understand the
hold those packages.
attempt to deliver. Nothing had to be signed for. I have stuff leaned against my house all the time.
Good point.
There's times where I've, like, gotten home, and I know this because the Amazon truck is blocking my driveway. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to pull into my goddamn garage. Anyway, but whatever, fine. They're out there working. There's been times where I've gotten home as the guy is pulling up. I'm like, you know what? You don't even have to walk it up. I'll take it from you right here. And they're like, hey, cool, thanks,
So if your guy was
It's not like I have some mile-long driveway that they've got to come up and,
A castle.
Did you let him in the gates?
I don't have gates.
What about the moat?
I live in a modest home.
You don't have a moat around your home?
No, I don't, much to my chagrin. Okay, listen, I got a break. Enough of this Michigas. It's 35192 if you want to send me a text, especially if it has any pertinent information, just my own edification here. Another chance for you to grab some money. It is tax day, but we're going to put cash in your pocket 4 times this afternoon. Keyword from the Buzzard Bookie, $1,000 coming up at 2:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey, powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable, it's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Your journey starts here and ends, well, that's up to you. Lease a new 2025 Sorento LX for $279 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing for well-qualified lessees. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. New 2025 Sorento LX 2.5-liter GDI FWD 8HE 33,405 MSRP. MSRP includes destination handling and excludes taxes, title, registration, license fees, options, and retailer charges. No security deposit required. Actual prices set by dealer and may vary. Purchase option at lease end is $24,385.65. Subject to credit approval by Kia Finance. Lessee is responsible for insurance, maintenance, repairs, 20 cents per mile, over 10,000 miles a year, excess wear, and a termination fee of up to $400. Subject to dealer participation. Offers may not be combined except where specified. Must take delivery by 4/30/25. Limited inventory available.
Hey, what's up? It's Rob. If you're craving some hot and cheesy pizza, get the $5 meal deal now at Speedway. 2 big, delicious slices of pepperoni, 3 cheese or extreme meat, and a Mountain Dew 20-ounce for just $5 with Speedy Rewards. Valid through 4/29/25. See app for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Jeep Celebration event is your chance to start a brand new adventure. And right now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xE for $399 a month for 24 months with $3,757.
I'm with Rob on this one.
Tax, title,
Alan,
license
if I
extra.
saw your
No
name
security
as
deposit
recipient,
required. Call
I'd forward that
1-888-925 Jeep for details.
Zimbabwe.
Requires dealer contribution
Take
and
it
lease
easy,
through
guys.
Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 20,000. Includes 7,500 EV cap cost reduction. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 4/30. Jeep is a registered trademark.
Hear that? That's the sound of saving a good deal more when you shop with M-Perks at Meijer. Some delicious blueberries, money saved. A creamy treat of cookie dough ice cream, that's money saved. Savings, savings, savings. Because every dollar spent is also 10 points earned in M-Perks, which you can use to save on your next grocery trip or up to $1 off per gallon on your next tank of gas. At Meijer, we work hard to help you save a good deal more for a whole lot less. That's bringing more good to life. Exclusions apply. See mperks.com for details.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time homebuyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.75%, APR 6.81% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
At Cleveland Clinic, care is everything. So when your primary purpose is to care for the world, you'd start with your community until you're accessible anywhere. You make complexities your specialties and put compassion before anything else, all to redefine what's possible. For everyone, everywhere. For every care in the world. Cleveland Clinic.
A happy place comes in many colors. One that leaves you feeling refreshed. Something that gets you all fired up. Or gives you the space to chill. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. Contractor license and registration information is available at CertaPro.com.
Everybody poops, everybody pees. Mommy, will you call Mr. Rooter, please? 'Cause I gotta poop and I gotta pee. Only Mr. Rooter can clear the drain for me. Thank you, Mr. Rooter.
Hi, everybody. We call it what it is at Mr. Rooter. When you have a plumbing or drain problem, the team at Mr. Rooter is ready 7 days a week. Call us today and take advantage of our $95 drain cleaning special. Visit us at MrRooter.com. We'll be there quick.
Calling all Costco members and deal lovers. Ready to elevate your odor fighting game? Find Old Spice Swagger deodorant at Costco and unleash 24/7 freshness when used daily. Old Spice Swagger isn't just any deodorant, it's the #1 aluminum-free deodorant brand, providing long-lasting scent and 24/7 odor protection when used daily. You'll smell so good, you might just attract a fan club. Don't wait! Grab your 4-pack of Swagger deodorant at Costco now, because freshness is mandatory.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at WetGo. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
At Lowe's, pros save big on the supplies you need to get the job done. With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards program, get member-only deals every week and access to free standard shipping. Plus, members earn points toward exclusive rewards. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. Program subject to terms and conditions. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium,
Now, the Alan Cox Show.
The official show of those weirdos who ride shotgun with their bare feet on the dashboard.
You're a weirdo, but let's do this.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I got $1,000 for you here in about 5 or 6 minutes, as close to 2:30 as I can get it. For your next shot to grab a grand courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie on this tax day. Put a little in your pocket.
Jesus, I thought that was Caroline's Spine. When you
No.
That sounded like that Sullivan song.
Sullivan, no. That is a band called The 100th, which is usually 100th is more of like they were a hardcore band for a while, and then they took a hard left turn into kind of some shoegaze.
I like that a lot. Whatever
Yeah,
that
that's
was.
great. But then I think they went back to more of a hardcore thing. They kind of, anyway, 100th is a great band. Well, the consensus seems to be from people who are texting me that because the Postal Service contracts with Amazon, a lot of times packages will just be there. or that they will deliver packages for them on Sunday. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I'll just chalk it up to they didn't want to drop it off, and so it was a lot easier to send a sticky note or something. I don't know.
Hey, guys. I'm with Rob on this one. Alan, if I saw your name as the recipient, I'd forward that sumbitch to Zimbabwe. Take it easy, guys.
Right. Well, that is because you are an unrepentant douche.
Now I'm just thinking of the guy in Zimbabwe that gets your workout
You can't be
stuff.
counted on to discharge your duties properly. That's why you're not doing that out there. What is this bench? Zimbabwe.
Is this food?
Yeah. Well, that guy starts at the bottom of the alphabet. That's all right.
Check out the song by the Rays of Detroit called That Fart Woke Me Up Last Night. Gene from Parma.
Ooh, a subdued Gene from Parma checking in. There's so much great AI music online now. You know, I played the song. What did I play the song for you the other day? She farted so hard she died. It's a very fart and poop centric, but we like that stuff around here. There's a guy who, Obscurest Vinyl is the account that I follow on social media. And the guy creates the music. It's all kind of very Motown reminiscent. But the AI do the lyrics.
It started as just album covers with them.
Yes.
And then this happened.
Yeah, he does good work. And
He
then,
was the one that did the sat on my balls again or something like that. No, it was a sticker.
I glued my balls
Yes.
to my butt again or something. Yeah, it's all very nether region centric. Yeah, the Rays of Detroit. He makes up like fake names, and then the fart that woke me up.
That fart woke me up last night. Rappers the windows, take me a fright. Take the shit so bad, I'm begging you please. Where's some niggas about making a breeze?
Making a breeze.
Not gonna lie to you, that was pretty good.
Yeah, fart woke
Some
me
nice
up.
funk.
My finger went through the toilet paper. That's another one. I've got my brown wings. I shrimped the bed again. Yeah, there's there's a lot of good stuff in there that fun for a girl and a boy.
Wings, I slipped it in last night.
All right. Anyway, that's not about farting. Yeah. Guardians. Hey, Guardians baseball. How about that? Brown wings. Guardians baseball tonight. They are starting up 1-3 in Camden Yards against the Baltimore Orioles. Speaking of Baltimore, did you watch The Wire back in the day?
I did.
David Simon was the guy who wrote The Wire, and it's considered, every time they do one of those lists of the greatest shows of all time, it's usually either The Sopranos or The Wire in the number one spot. And we watched it many, many years ago. And The Wire is a very entertaining show. It's where a lot of people got to be well known. It's where Idris Elba started to blow up. It's where who's the guy that died that played Michael K. Williams? Was that his name? He played oh God, he was like the main dude, one of the main dudes.
Is that his name?
The actor is Michael K. Williams. He got some bad fentanyl or something. He accidentally overdosed a few years ago. Michael K. Williams. He played Omar. Yeah, there were lawsuits involved with his death. Lance Reddick, who has since passed away too. A lot of people who hadn't. Anyway, David Simon also did a show called Homicide: Life on the Streets that was early 90s. That show is already 30 years old. And because I finally got my daughter, I was trying to kind of, I was tired of watching Bob's Burgers all the time in my house, and I was trying to get her on a new show. And so we were throwing a couple of shows at her to see what would stick. And what stuck was, thank Christ, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which is one of my favorite shows of all time. And so now we watch a lot of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. And I forget that the great Andre Braugher is dead. Andre Braugher passed away about a year or so ago, and he got his start pretty much. He was the big breakout from a show called Homicide: Life on the Street. There was a cop show that David Simon did based in Baltimore. And so I started watching Homicide: Life on the Street. And with the late, great Richard Belzer in that show as well. I think they pointed out that was one of the only instances where a character from one show made a jump to another show. He played a detective named John Munch, I think. It was a character on Homicide, and they that same character showed up in La Renata, what they watch over there in Providence. Sit around all day long.
La Renata.
I'm just sitting at home watching La Renata, Alan. $1,000 here. It's a chance for you to grab this money courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You get 4 of these keywords today. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hell yeah.
You know, today is the anniversary of the sinking of the Titanic.
The legend lives on from the Chippewa on down.
It just so happens this song's way better than that Celine Dion crap, so I'd rather hear the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Great segue.
It's got nothing to do with the Titanic other than, as far as boat songs go, I don't want to hear Celine.
So that was 1912.
1912. April 15th, 1912.
My wife's grandmother was born the day after. So they had like
good for you.
I fall into it every time. I hate it so
Good
much.
for her, really.
No, well, she's dead, so not really. What's that?
My boyfriend was born yesterday.
Now, there's no good for you.
Yesterday was your boyfriend's birthday?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Good for you.
And how old is he?
32.
Okay.
I'm turning 31 in August.
Mm-hmm. Age appropriate. That's a bummer. How did you celebrate? Did you, was it naked FaceTime, or what'd you do?
No, but we'll be.
Did you zoom in and just put it in your shorts? What do you do for his birthday? Blow out his candles?
All kinds of stuff. But
All kinds of
we'll
stuff.
Celebrate soon.
When will you see him next?
It's a surprise. I can't say
For
yet.
you or him?
For lots of people. It's
How many people are involved?
Right now.
Oh, okay. Lots of people. Oh, she's got a guest list for the next time she sees her boyfriend. Oh, well, how intimate. All right. Well, happy birthday to him. And Rob, back to you. Your grandmother,
My wife's grandmother,
was on the Titanic?
No, she was born the day after it sunk, and it was always the way we remembered her birthday.
Yeah.
Because we'd always
funny.
talk about it. Like, she has the newspaper, had the newspaper from, Titanic sinks, and it was the day that she was born. Her parents kept the paper.
Yep.
So it was...
Yeah, listen, my grandmother was born a year after that. My grandmother was born in August of 1913.
Yeah, her grandmother went to 104.
Wow.
She died in 104.
Yeah.
So it's pretty awesome.
It's that Depression-era diet.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kept everybody healthy somehow.
It's all the preservatives.
All the preservatives, all the butter.
Your favorite?
The Titanic sunk in the early hours of April 15th, 1912. 1,500 lives. I love the old... You want to say there is no starker example of how stupid people have gotten, or culture in general, than to compare how newspapers were written. Now, granted, we like to talk about how dumb people are, how we are voluntarily inching toward idiocracy here. But there were a lot of people back then as well that weren't stupid per se. I mean, there were a lot more people who couldn't read or couldn't write, things like that. But the way that newspapers were written is, fascinating. 1,341 go down with Titanic was on the cover of the Syracuse Herald. Awful tragedy shocks world. Loss of thousands of lives. Hope for missing grows dim. Little doubt remains that ice-strewn North Atlantic has swallowed great ship with its hundreds, including many of nation's wealthiest and most noted men. The unsinkable Molly Brown in the midst of that as well, named that because as much as the men on board tried to drown her, she was quite buoyant. Played by the great Kathy Bates, if memory serves, in the movie Titanic.
Did you see the new documentary?
On the movie or on the Titanic?
On the Titanic.
No.
Yeah, there's a new one that's out. I think it's on Prime. And they're actually it dives in really, really deep on the last 30 seconds of the ship and what actually happened. So they had this idea that it had split.
They did a whole documentary on the last 30 seconds of the ship.
No, they just dived deep.
People were screaming.
What actually happened to the ship? They've used these touch points with. I used to be. People were nerds for certain things. I was a Titanic dork.
Really?
There's a
Yeah.
lot of Titanic nerds.
Yeah, there was a.
I
There
like
was
You're a
a
Titanic nerd.
Oh my God, man! So the if you look it up, the Titanic Historical Society.
Now
or
you
whatever,
were Team Iceberg or Team Titanic?
I don't really have a team. I just was fascinated by what happened.
I see.
And the Historical Society was in a town called Indian Orchard, Massachusetts, and it was 3 minutes from my house. So I used to go there all the time and look at like artifacts, and
That's cool.
I had a book. I would get a magazine all the time about the surviving members of the Titanic. Oh yeah, I was. Yeah. I'll admit it. No problem
You're
with
the
that.
first Titanic nerd I've ever met.
Yeah, I was big into it. It's been a long time.
No, I understand.
But I went to a Titanic exhibit when I was in Florida a few years back. It was awesome. You know, I'm still fascinated by what happened, how it happened. I mean, it's the most historic until, you know, obviously much more recently, but that was like the most historic wreck of all time.
I guess the question is, how did they get it so wrong? I mean, obviously engineering has advanced way past that, but at the time it was considered unsinkable.
Yeah, I mean,
and it was diametrically opposed to being unsinkable. How did they get it so wrong? That's what fascinates me.
I think it was like anything back then, though, because it was so, look at its name.
It was all hubris, wasn't it?
I think it was just, look at the size of this thing. It was its name. It was just Titanic, biggest ship ever created, right? Sister ship aside, that was the ship. Can't sink this bitch. Way too big.
Though newspapers had begun reporting on the sinking of the Titanic that same day, early coverage was far from complete. It wasn't until the next day that the general public realized the true enormity of the disaster. London, Paris, and New York, grief-stricken. Families and friends and all people terrified that their loved ones might have been among the dead, who were in the majority, of course. 868 people survived the Titanic, including that old lady with the jewel. Bill Paxton would live through the Titanic, and Susie Amos, but Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio. You know, one of my most of the information that I find more compelling, whereas you go with the actual happening of the Titanic, I'm more into the goings-on, the movie The Titanic. And we talk about how we talked about this yesterday in our business, where every job that you get comes down to you and one other person. And one of you gets it and one of you doesn't. The person who did not get the role of Jack in Titanic, he lost out to one Leonardo DiCaprio, was a young man named James Gandolfini.
Wow.
And they thought that because when he was a much younger, thinner man, he looked a bit of a greaser, and they thought that he would be period appropriate. But one of the casting directors came to the conclusion that he looked like a guy who would rough you up, which served him very well when he was cast in The Sopranos. But they thought that Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, he had that baby face.
Could you imagine?
And Kate Winslet still had a lot of that baby fat on her. And, man, Kate Winslet in Titanic. Fan-frigging-tastic.
Jesus
still love
Christ.
Kate.
I'd like to paint you like one of my French girls. Jesus Christ.
Yes, that's what I envision.
It's so good.
Yes. What are you, who?
Hey, Paulie, get the gabagoo.
Oh.
You gotta get the gabagoo.
Oh, I can only focus on the first three letters of Titanic.
Jesus, calm.
Oh,
it'd be so good.
Gandolfini and Titanic.
Did they ever figure out if the old lady with the diamond in the end was real?
No,
You know?
she was a created character.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
They made her up. Yeah, I remember going to see Titanic with my wife and her sisters, and they were sobbing by the end of that movie. And I'm just sitting there stuffing my face with popcorn, waiting for the thing to be over. And it was fine. I've never seen the movie again. But Kate Winslet naked, I walked out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Done and done. Just fine with me.
Didn't mind that.
Hey, Roman.
What's going on, guys? Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Just Rob, this is all intriguing. I didn't know you were such a big nerd on the Titanic, and I kind of love it. I wanted to ask you if the controversy or the conspiracies behind the Titanic have any sort of weight to them. owned by either Rockefeller or J.P. Morgan. The Federal Reserve, wasn't a thing beforehand, but it was in conversation to be put in place. And the people opposing the Federal Reserve supposedly died on the Titanic, but J.P. Morgan did not. Is there any weight to any of this?
I mean, I'll be honest with you, man. I was 7 years old. I was reading those books until I was about 12. I was really into that stuff.
Rob was more in the Bodie Go float part of Titanic,
right.
Roman.
And then until it didn't.
Economic layers.
Yeah. No, I don't know any. It's interesting. I'll read up on it, but my passion for reading up on the Titanic ended when I was in my early teens. Probably the first time I saw
Maybe you should
Booby.
pick it back up.
Yeah, Bodie McBoatface.
Yeah,
pick it up where you left it off.
It's still in this. It's in a jewelry store in Indian Orchard, Massachusetts. It's the Titanic Historical Society. So I would get these. I actually wrote a letter to a survivor and got a letter back when I was a kid. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world that person had been on and remembered the boat sinking. This is like early 80s.
Believed it.
Yay! I believed it. That person just made it all up. Look what I'm writing back to this little moron.
Yeah,
I was
on the Titanic. How do you like that?
Yeah.
Just the guy taking tickets in the front. Yeah.
Yeah.
Signed the unsinkable Charlie Brown.
Donations appreciated.
All right, thank you, Roman. There's Roman down there in Canton who really wanted to avail himself of Rob's extensive Titanic wisdom, but was unable to do it.
I've just never heard that piece of it.
Yeah.
And I, with you, was not a fan of this movie. I got dragged to this movie with my girlfriend at the time. I thought the movie was great.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was fine. I never saw it again.
But I didn't care about the emotion of it, like him falling into the ocean. I was like, bitch, move over. There's plenty of room on that door. Like, that was the first thing I said. I'm like, what are you doing? Move!
And that's been the enduring critique of that movie, right? I mean, is that there was plenty of room on the door.
Don't let go. He's like, there's room. I don't have to let go.
Yeah.
I love the movie. I actually sang this song in
Of
third grade
course
for a
you
talent
did.
show.
Where's that good
Of
for you?
course
So it
you
meant a lot
did.
to me.
Yes, it meant
back
a
then.
lot to her. Yeah.
Another random cat fact.
Of course she did. She sang the Titanic song. Probably sounded like an angel too. For added realism, she gargled while she sang to really add some pathos to the actual song.
I love that.
Hey, Breaking Benjamin is coming back to Cleveland. They're co-headlining a run with Stained. They got Wage War and Lakeview on the bill. It is the Awaken the Fallen tour. It's part of the Minutemen Workforce Solutions concert series. It's going to happen Monday, May 19th. It is not far off. Just a few weeks away out at blossomlivenation.com with all the details. If you want to see Breaking Benjamin and Stained, caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Anonymous in New York. Go ahead.
You're an idiot. I listen all the time because in this day and age, you should be a little more sensitive to things. And I didn't want to fight with you because you're a stupid radio station, but at the end of the day, I'm not an idiot. Nobody says anything because a man is mining me for my eggs.
Nobody wants your eggs, your rotten ass eggs.
Well, when you're hot, my eggs were great and my kids are hot, and you're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm sure. Real hot, Rover. I'm very sexy.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Discount Drug Mart.
Monday's WNBA draft started as expected, with UConn standout Paige Beckers going #1 overall to the Dallas Wings, and 19-year-old French phenom Dominique Malonga picked #2 by the Seattle Storm. The Washington Mystics had the next 2 picks and selected Notre Dame's Sonia Citron 3rd and USC's Kiki Iriafen 4th. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
Discount Drug Mart has everything you need for a perfect Easter. Can you imagine? Back in the day, you had to spend hours driving all over town. Now, Discount Drug Mart has it all in one place, with no work at all. They're even open Easter Sunday for all your last-minute needs.
Time for a new AC?
Just call sales. Just call sales.
This Saturday, hop on over to Southeast Harley for the annual Easter Egg Extravaganza. Doors open at 9 a.m. and will be kickstarting spring with a whopping 20% off our massive selection of licensed products and motor clothes. Bring the kids for pics with the Easter Bunny. Grab a bite in the world-famous Harley Diner. And check out our one-of-a-kind showroom packed with new and pre-owned Harleys. Just in time for spring riding. The Easter Egg Extravaganza. This Saturday at Cleveland. Solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios. Better than employee pricing.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
The buzzer. The home of the buzzer.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is this for real? Well, they're swearing in this. All kinds of effing and jeffing. Are you really allowed to broadcast this on the radio?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You know you can stick it. Well, why do we always assume everyone knows where they can stick it? Suppose you don't know. Suppose you're a new guy. You have absolutely no idea where to stick it. I think there ought to be a government booklet entitled Where to Stick It. Now that I think of it, I believe there is a government booklet like that. They send it to you on April 15th.
I forgot it was tax day today when I was at the post office. I was not prepared for the line. Completely forgot it was tax day. It's funny how many people, too, have asked the question because of the completely unstructured and pointless and strategy-free way that the Trump administration has been removing people from federal agencies. They were like, you know, they made a big show of how they were going to fire all these IRS people. The fewer people you have working for the IRS, less likely it is that your rich friends are going to get audited. Although it's always poor people who get audited. It's way too complicated. It's time-consuming, and it takes up way too many resources to audit wealthy people because they have used the tax code to their advantage. It's a lot easier to audit people making $35,000 a year. But a lot of people were like, well, maybe I won't file this year if they, you know, some people were like willing to roll the dice on not filing at all. And my thought is, man, they're always going to find a way. They're always going to find a way to get what they want to get. But I'm always surprised as well how many people wait until the last minute to do it. I do my taxes. I send my stuff to my guy as soon as I can. I try to get, you know, we get our W-2s here at iHeart Cleveland mid-January maybe?
I think something like that.
I get all my tax stuff, and my taxes are not complicated. I get all of my stuff to my guy. My taxes are done end of February. People who wait until like April 14th to like pull things out. It's already stressful enough. I understand people wanting to flip a coin and go, maybe I won't file. People feeling cocky because of the budget cuts over at the IRS.
I'd rather be safe than sorry. I thought about that.
Well, of course.
You know, but I
they will always file. I'm getting letters from the IRS all the time. And I've had a guy doing my taxes for a while. Right?
I do too, yeah.
I get letters. 2019, we found out you owe us $5,000. What?
Yep.
What? You can just find, you know, oh, you got a question called Mr. Smith. Yeah, good luck getting Mr. Smith on the phone. They're just finding things. And I don't know how you know, and your tax preparers, you know, they're indemnified from that.
Yep. That's the worst part. Like you're paying somebody to do it with their knowledge.
I mean, my guy, I don't go to one of these chain joints. My guy is like, he's a legit guy. He's my guy. And so I'm less worried about those kinds of things.
Do you have to pay Rita?
I do.
Oh man, that pissed me off. And
nobody understands Rita, and everybody has to pay Rita.
I don't.
Here's what seems like a nice lady.
I'll tell you right now, man, I had no idea it existed until I moved here. And I'm like, okay, but you want me to pay you how much for what? And then I did. And then they sent me a prepayment thing. You're going to prepay Rita. I said, my ass, I won't do it. I will not pay you that money. When I owe it to you, I will write you a check.
Yeah.
Screw that.
I'd rather do it along the way. I go.
Why?
Because, like, I don't want to.
That's your money. Why are you going to let them sit on it?
Because, whatever.
Up yours, Rita. If you're listening, you hear me?
I know.
They're going to kill me now.
No, I know.
It makes me so mad.
I get, like, the quarterly statements, and I go, fine, here you go.
Yeah, I won't do it. I know I'm supposed to, and I know eventually it's going to catch up with me, and they're going to make me.
That's the thing. I just want to get it off my plate. When I see stuff, I want to get it off my plate.
Yeah,
I got my money goes in 100 different directions. All my money goes elsewhere.
That's what
I'm
I mean.
like, I got to get it off my plate.
So why not keep that little bit in my pocket? My wife doesn't pay it because she works in Medina. But I live in Medina City. If I lived in the township, I wouldn't have to pay it. So dumb. Why do those people pay it?
Yeah, I don't know. People are more...
Just send me one bill. That's all I want. One bill.
People are more dependent on their refunds than ever, by the way. They do say that it's best to structure your withholdings so that you get a smaller refund. You're never going to get back what you give them, right? So it's always better to keep more of your money because the refund is never going to be commensurate with what they take out. And so, but it is interesting how many people wait until the last minute. What happens if you file your taxes wrong? You know, they compile the top Google searches, a couple of, and there are people around the country, by the way, who get automatic extensions because of natural disasters. So maybe that's what you can hope for. Probably not here in Ohio, but, you know, like the Carolinas and Florida and Georgia and Alabama, all those states, people were automatically given extensions because natural disasters. And now that FEMA isn't really a thing anymore, everybody's on their own. More great planning. But, yeah, people are, I had completely forgotten that it was a tax day, and so big, long lines.
So this was the first year I had an issue, too. My oldest turned 17, so I lost the child tax credit.
Right.
So I had to, I talked to my tax guy, and he's like, you have to put X number of dollars back in on top of everything that you do. So you claim 0 and married or whatever.
Yep.
And then you have to withhold an additional amount of money. So, all right. So I did. And this is the first year in probably, almost 10 years that I haven't had to pay.
Mm-hmm.
I basically broke even, which is exactly what I want. I want to hang on to my money. Give it to you when I have to.
Yeah. I understand. I haven't owed money in a long, long time.
I always owed. Always owed.
We have a lot of Florida bureau chiefs who will send me random stories. A woman in Orange City, Florida. This is about 30 minutes north of Orlando. I'm going to be in Orlando next week. And this woman said she didn't realize, this is a woman who kind of, she has one of those stores that sells a bunch of strange and curious things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of those in Florida. In between the boiled peanut stands are people selling all kinds of weird things in their weird stores. She said she didn't realize it was illegal in Florida to sell human bones. And so a woman named Kimberly Shopper has got, she's facing charges of trading in human tissue after, I guess somebody mentioned something. She's got one of those little odds and ends knick-knack stores. And they got a complaint that this woman, her store is called Wicked Wonderland, that this woman had a bunch of bones for sale.
You know, I never thought of it.
Human bones.
I've never thought, but I have seen like something that they say is like a candle holder that's a human skull.
Well, I always assume it's
I always thought it was just be fake.
I always assume it's a replica.
But maybe it's not. I didn't know I guess I didn't know that you couldn't sell that stuff if it was like there. I don't know.
She had been advertising it on her store's Facebook page with pricing. And the cops were like, yeah, you can't do that. She's like, oh, I didn't know that. She was selling 2 human skull fragments for $90. She was selling a human clavicle and scapula for $90. A rib. You know, Marilyn Manson got his start there in Florida, even though he's the pride of the Buckeye State. Maybe it was one of the ribs they removed from him so that he could more easily fillet himself. Human vertebra, $35, and a partial human skull. She was selling for $600. Would you pay $600 for a partial human skull?
No.
I want the full skull.
I wouldn't pay anything for any of those things.
No, I wouldn't either. Somebody ratted her out, though, and she told the cops, she goes, I didn't know that this was illegal. I've been selling bones for years.
Yeah.
I wonder where she got all the bones. She said she purchased them from private sellers, And that she had documentation but couldn't provide it at the moment. So they were genuine human remains and delicate in nature. And so what they have to do then is they get like archaeologists. They get people to try to determine the origins of these bones. The confiscated cranium belonged to an adult man. It was likely an archaeological find that somebody had spirited away. They think that the cervical vertebra that she was, part of the spine was part of an anatomical model, someone who had donated their body to science. A sample from one of the bones revealed it could be over 100 years old. Florida, you can probably just walk through the Everglades and find bones that are 100 years old. One of the other bone samples that she had suggested an age of over 500 years. How about that? So anyway, she picked up a charge. They had to shut her store down, and she faces a charge of trading in human tissue.
She probably can just plead stupidity, right? I have to assume they're going to let her off.
Nope. Ignorance is no excuse when it comes to the law.
I think in that case.
I didn't know I couldn't drive drunk, Your Honor.
That's different.
Ossifer. Well, how is it, though? Ignorance is, they tell you, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
She didn't know you couldn't sell
If you're going to sell, if I was going to sell human bones, you could bet your ass I'd Google, can I legally sell human bones?
Well, then you're
she
smarter
didn't do
than
that.
she is.
Well,
I wouldn't.
That's not my fault.
I'm also an idiot.
She got out on a $7,500 bond.
Florida sucks.
Hey, Reggie.
Man, I gotta tell you, tapping off of your whole Rita thing, man. We all know taxes are a scam, right? Scam on the working class. But I've been trying to get my point across for these people for years. Every time I send any of those douchebags a check in the memo instead of your account or whatever you're supposed to send, I always put in the memo, taxation is theft. You're stealing from me. I haven't.
Yeah, but what? But that's not going to do anything. It might make you feel better for 5 seconds. It's not going to do anything.
No.
That's all that matters.
No, it genuinely makes me feel like I got the last middle finger because I'm surely getting it back. So that makes me feel better, but I haven't got any reciprocity yet. So I'm going to keep trying.
It's like people who send their check and they wipe their ass with it. It's like somebody's got to receive that on the other end.
I've never done that, but that's a great idea.
Oh my God! Somebody's
just booger on it.
There's somebody who's just another workaday person. The person that you're saying you're trying to strike a blow for, Reggie, and it's not there.
I don't like your boss.
They're in an office and they're opening up envelopes smell like poop.
I'm with you, Reggie.
Oh, my God.
Write those notes, flick those boogers. You keep serving the people, man.
But what about the people? What about the people? Oh, but they're not the man. The person opening the mail is not the man.
Do you work for the man? Guilty by association, homeboy. The end.
Then I guess we're all the man, to quote.
I
get it.
Tool. Yeah, okay. But that feeling of superiority, Reggie, in all fairness, has to last you about a couple of milliseconds.
Oh, it genuinely does. As soon as I'm done writing it pretty much diminishes. But it's,
because there's nothing anybody can do about it. There's nothing anyone can do about it. That's why I love doing things like that. Memo. Screw you. Up yours.
Yep.
Except,
Take
I
my
guess.
money, but
it's not like somebody's going to look at that and go, oh my God, I've been served.
I didn't say they would, but I felt better writing it.
All right.
Yep.
Whatever gets you through the night, I guess, right, Reggie?
Yep, I hear you.
All
exactly.
Right. Thank you, pal.
All right, fellas, take it easy.
All right, there's Reggie in Cleveland, Ohio.
I liked him as soon as he started talking.
Lovely and bucolic, Cleveland, Ohio. Human bone sales, Alan, are legal in Ohio. There's a news story a couple of weeks ago about a hoarder house. They found lots of cats and human bones.
Gross. That's really, really gross.
Yeah. Yeah. You owe what you owe. If you over-withhold, you get back what you paid. No, it's not. No, it's not how it works. According to the tax experts that I have been using for the better part of a decade, I am, in fact, not a tax expert. That's why I employ them.
My guy tells me all the time, don't do that. You're supposed to prepay. And I go, oh, I know. Yeah, but this says now you owe double that. And I'm like, no, minus the amount that they're telling me to prepay.
Yeah.
So then I pay the amount that I'm supposed to pay.
I just want to, I just want to get it off my plate. I get my W-2s. My wife's got a couple of financial interests and the family trusts and things like that, and so that paperwork is required. My in-laws having a college fund for my daughter, that kind of thing. So we collect all that paperwork, and I just get it to my guy. And I go, just do it. Emails me, here's what you're going to get back. Okay, great.
Mine's the easiest $200 of his life every single year. I go in, I give him everything. He's like, what do you got in savings? I said, nothing. What do you got in it? Nothing. What do you own? Nothing. I own a car. Oh, all right. There you go. All right, we're good. See you later.
And that doesn't even count.
See you next year.
Yeah.
That's the end.
Yep. Car's not even an asset.
You said ass.
Ew. Also, I think this is another woman in Florida. Oh, no, this might be, it sounds like Florida, but this is in Australia. A woman, they thought she might go to jail. This is in Melbourne. She had to go to court. She narrowly avoided jail. She was trying to sell human toes on the black market. She worked at an animal shelter, and a couple of dogs came in who had started to munch on their dead owner. And these dogs that were in her care vomited up human toes. And she was going to sell those toes on the black market. And she got in trouble. The dogs had eaten part of their owner's body after he died in the home of natural causes.
So it's not just cats.
Not just cats. No, listen, but that's what we've said. A cat will start to eat you if you just take a long nap, right? Not moving, a cat will try to eat you. Take a dog quite a while. The dogs had eaten part of the owner's body and then proceeded to vomit up the toes when the woman was working at the animal shelter. She retrieved the toes from a bin, took them home, put them in formaldehyde, and was going to try to sell them online.
Really weird that she just has formaldehyde just like chilling, ready to go at her house.
Hey, listen, you got to be prepared for anything.
See, the dog felt so bad about eating his person, he puked the toes up. We didn't want to do that.
Cops showed up on an anonymous tip. She showed them all kinds of other stuff she had: an alligator claw, bird skull, and her children's teeth. Hey, want to buy some teeth? She was an active member of a Facebook group called Bone Buddies in Australia. And they were like, yeah, you can't sell human toes on the black market.
Were you guys one of those people that would have your kids collect their teeth?
Collect their teeth? What do you mean?
Yeah, as a tooth comes out.
Tooth fairy?
Yeah, what would you guys do with your kids' teeth? Would
The
you
tooth fairy
keep
would
them,
come.
or would you? Yeah, the tooth fairy.
And that was it.
Okay.
And the tooth was gone, and I don't know what
The tooth was gone.
You
'cause
fairy.
The tooth fairy took it.
I don't know what you're saying after that.
You fairy.
I would swallow them, Cat. So, yeah, I don't know.
There's only one way to dispose these.
Mm-hmm.
I can get you a toe. Believe me. There are ways, dude. You don't want to know about it, believe me.
Yeah, but Walter.
Hell, I can get you a toe by 3 o'clock this afternoon with nail polish.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to know, dude. I can get you a toe. That is not Bunny's toe. Hey, I got Guardians tickets here for you. I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians against the New York Yankees. That is the next homestand. I will get you tickets for the third and final game in that series. That is Wednesday, April 23rd at Progressive Field. Tickets are on sale now for the entire 2025 season. Have that MLB Ballpark app throughout the season. That'll make everything a little bit easier. A couple of tickets here for you. Guardians, Yankees on Wednesday the 23rd. Caller 10, good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever. It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Fire in the disco. Fire in the Taco Bell. Fire in the disco. Fire in the gates of hell. Don't you wanna know how we keep starting fires? It's my desire. It's my desire. It's my desire. Don't you wanna know how we keep starting fires? It's my desire. It's my desire. It's my desire. Danger, danger. High voltage. When we touch. When we kiss.
Guardians are in Baltimore tonight. First of three against the Orioles. And it's going to be Tomoyuki Sugano and the Baltimore Orioles.
Right.
Live tonight at Camden Yards for a 7:05 first pitch. Your 8-7 Guardians against the 6-9 Baltimore Orioles. So we'll get out of here around 6:30, and then minutes after that, we'll get into your pregame coverage with Hammy and Rosie and the whole Hee Haw gang. So Guardians in Baltimore tonight against the Orioles. That is the first series in the road trip that will also take them to Pittsburgh before they come back home to host the Yankees. I will have more tickets for you for that Guardians-Yankees series tomorrow, Thursday and Friday. The great Nick Costas, the Grand Poobah over there at Hilarities, is going to join us in here tomorrow. I'm excited to talk to him. You know, he's right around here on East 4th. And Nick Costas is legendary, not only in the comedy world, among comedians, for having one of the last great comedy clubs in the country. They're celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. And sure, we have a lot of comedians who will come through, but I wanted to talk to Nick directly. So Nick Costas will join us in here tomorrow. And I think I'm also going to have a pair of tickets to give away to see Louis C.K., who's coming in on like a Tuesday night. That's I think that show is May the 12th, May the 13th. That's when I'm going, May the 13th. So Nick Costas tomorrow.
He's also got Kevin Nealon coming in, which that looked awesome. I didn't know he was coming.
I'm guest hosting those shows on that Saturday night.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, May 3rd. So Nick will join us tomorrow. We'll chat him up and pick his brain on what it is to be literally one of the last people standing in the world of great comedy clubs. One of the most highly regarded guys in the business.
Everybody that comes through, man, just raves about that dude.
Well, and it always sounds like people are blowing smoke, but if you know anything about Hilarities, you know that they're not.
Right.
You know, because there are so few clubs like that have A, stood the test of time, and B, been run so well. You know, it's not some standalone club. He's got the restaurant. He's got the cabaret. There's a lot going on there. And Nick is behind all of it. The Guardians, by the way, they've got Superman Night coming up. You know, that new film shot here partially in Cleveland, James Gunn behind the camera there, for the new Superman film. That is going to be out on July the 11th. It was the working title was Superman Legacy, but I think they just dialed it back to just calling it Superman. And, of course, Cleveland, the birthplace of Superman. They'll tell you that if you listen. Guardians are going to host a Superman-themed night in July. July 23rd. The Metropolis Meteors T-shirts and bobbleheads. That's, of course, the fictional team there in the movie. The Metropolis Meteors.
So cool walking around, seeing all those flags and stuff switched out to say that.
Yeah.
And they were shooting down here. It was
yeah,
wild.
Shooting down a couple of blocks away from us. They had, I think it was Superior. They were doing big, long, they had turned that whole city block there across from the library into the Daily Planet and last summer, other storefronts and facades and things like that.
I've seen a lot of sets and stuff. I've never seen anything quite like that where they actually just completely took over a chunk of the city. It
Yeah.
was pretty awesome.
It's cool. So July 23rd, they'll be doing their Guardians Superman-themed night.
You going to wear your Superman costume?
I don't have a Superman costume, Rob.
Oh.
I'm a Batman guy.
Just me?
Yes, just you.
All right.
Uh-huh.
I was kind of hoping we could go together. And
I mean,
wouldn't look so bad.
maybe I can procure one. Wait, we're both going to be dressed as Superman?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, dude, how many different Supermen have there been? All these different. You can go as the Christopher Reeve version. I can be.
You mean I got to rent a wheelchair?
Oh, no. Oh.
Rob.
AC.
Inconsiderate. Too soon.
Oh.
Inconsiderate.
Oh, boy.
Did you watch that documentary on him, by the way?
I did.
It was really good.
Really good.
It's called Super/Man.
Really sad.
Really good. I remember, I talk a lot about the early days of HBO when I would spend summers at my grandma because we didn't have cable growing up, and my grandma did. So when she'd go to bed at 6:30 at night, I'd stay up all night long watching movies on HBO. And there was a movie with Michael. It was a play. It was an Ira Levin play. And they made a movie of it. It was called Death Trap. And it was full of twists and turns. This movie came out in 1982. So it would have been on HBO probably a year later. So Lil AC's about 12 years old watching this. And it's about an older playwright who has his latest production bomb. And he gets a script from a former student. And this script is so good that he sets about trying to figure out how to steal it from him and get his career back. And it was the first time in a movie, and it's a big twist in the movie. But again, the friggin' movie is 40 years old, okay? If you've never seen it, whatever. But it was the first time that I had ever seen a film where two guys kissed. There's a huge twist where Michael Caine and Christopher Reeve, it's revealed that they are lovers or something like that, I think. And I was like, wow, I'd never seen that before. But this was after, Christopher Reeve had already blown up from Superman. And so I don't know if Death Trap was the follow-up, but I remember a lot of people were like, that's a weird follow-up to Superman, But he was an actor.
Probably did it so he wouldn't get typecast.
Maybe so. Yeah. But to me, it was kind of one of those classic twisty, turny kind of, it was, you could tell it had been a stage production just the way that they shot it. Some movies you can tell they were a play. There's only a few people in them. And
I remember this movie.
Yeah, Death Trap.
Yep. It's funny. I've always thought of Michael Caine as old, but then when you look at the screenshots from this movie, he looks to be about the same age as Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, he's a younger guy.
Yeah, it's wild. Michael Caine.
If you want to talk like Michael Caine, you must speak in short sentences.
Michael
When
Caine.
I had Steve Coogan on a couple of weeks ago, he and Rob Brydon, this other British comedian, they do, there's these films called The Trip. And over in the UK, they were television episodes. But over here, they packaged them into films. And it's these fake documentaries of them traveling around. And there's big, long sequences in these films where the two of them are just going back and forth doing impressions. And one of them is them doing Michael Caine, and I just love it.
Oh, it's hysterical.
It's so good.
Because you think the first guy's is really good, and then the second guy starts doing it, and you're like, oh, my God.
You're only supposed to take the bloody doors
He
off.
just gets mad at him. I'm like, oh, wow. He sounds just like him.
Yeah.
Cheat journalists have described my impressions as stunningly accurate.
Well, they're wrong. I've not heard your Michael Caine, but I assume it would be something along the lines of, my name's Michael Caine.
That is where you are so wrong. And you can look at my live video for proof, because that's the very thing I don't do. I say that he used to talk like that.
Do you Michael Caine?
OK. I say Michael Caine used to talk like this in the 1960s, right? But that has changed. And I say that over the years, Michael's voice has come down several octaves. Let me finish. And all of the cigars and the brandy, don't let me finish, can now be heard. Okay. I've not fucking finished.
Whoops. Okay, anyway, so there's some language. Let me get to Coogan here.
To his nose, like that. He gets very, very specific. It's very like that. When he gets loudly, it gets very loud indeed. It gets very specific. It's not quite nasal enough the way you're doing it, all right? You're not doing it the way he speaks. You're not doing it with the kind of... And you don't do the broken voice, but it gets very emotional. Well, it gets very emotional indeed. She was only 16 years old. She was only 16. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Oh my God! I didn't want to like fanboy on Steve Coogan when I had him on the show, but I was like, God, those movies are so goddamn funny.
So
to me.
good.
Oh, you're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
I just love the way he's like, let me finish. Like correcting him, never breaks character.
Yeah. Alan, what's the opposite of Christopher Reeve?
No.
Christopher Walken.
Oh.
I don't. Come on, man. Really. But I did love Death Trap back in the day. And that Christopher Reeve documentary is fantastic. He was paralyzed when he fell off a horse. He was an equestrian of some renown, and he enjoyed riding horses. And he was still like, it wasn't like he was in the downturn of his career. He was still doing films.
Oh, yeah.
And he fell off a horse, or I don't know if he got thrown or fell or whatever it was, but he was paralyzed for the remainder of his life. Let me give you this money here. It's $1,000. I'm forgetting that we're back in this, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. About 30 past every hour, you get one of these keywords that could put some money in your pocket. And no better time to do it than on tax day. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Would it be is it too early in the show to do vagina news?
Never.
Never. Okay, that's what I wanted to do.
Vagina news.
Now, again, I only mention this because it's something that I want you ladies to be aware of. So on the, in the sense that this might be somewhat graphic, I want you ladies to be aware of this. You know, we have Dr. Ryan Berglund here a handful of times throughout the year. We do a segment with him called Is It Red? And a lot of guys call. And he's a surgical urologist over at the Cleveland Clinic. He was the artiste, in fact, behind my vasectomy, which to this day, this Veterans Day, November 11th, will mark the 3rd anniversary of my vasectomy.
I'll tell you, as a guy who's seen it numerous times, he did an amazing job. No scars. Really, really impressive.
Well, I'll show it to anyone who asks. I'm going down the sign-up sheet as we speak.
There's only one way to know how good a doctor is.
Cat, I didn't see your name on
there yet. Got to see his work.
Yeah, that's right. If you really want to appreciate an artist, I got him during his blue period. Anywho.
Minimalist.
Yeah. So, we have Dr. Berglund in for the guys. And the primary comment that I've gotten over the years is, why don't you have a segment for women? And my answer is always, because I don't care that much about that. No. I'm like, it doesn't have to be a tit-for-tat situation. Nevertheless, when something like this comes up, I do like to bring it to your attention, ladies. Doctors in the UK and other countries, I don't know that it's here yet, but they are concerned about it. There are rising numbers of cases of necrotizing fasciitis of the vulva. Flesh-eating infections of the vulva. Now, guys, the vulva is just a fancy name for all of the female outward genitalia. A lot of you guys don't know what the hell's going on down there, so it might be in your best interest to just pay attention to the checklist, where you ladies might want to... listen, let's be frank. A lot of you gals, you got a lot to spare. But you still want to be healthy. And so just keep in mind that this is out there. Last thing you want is to be afflicted. Gynecologists in the UK are seeing an alarming increase in people with necrotizing fasciitis. That's the flesh-eating virus of the vulva. So it might still be rare, and it will probably continue to be rare, but no less horrifying.
How do you get it?
Very carefully. Listen, we've all heard about people who get this on other parts of their body, but nobody wants anything like this down there. You don't want it, let's just say, you don't want it anywhere down there, ladies. It could affect both Menorah and Majora, as it were. And, you should keep everything in tip-top shape. And again, it does remain rare, but they're seeing an alarming rise in this. Now, I don't know, this could be clickbaity. I don't know if the women, that there's a connection between the women that they've seen. I don't know. You know how most of those, it's this measles epidemic makes for good clickbait, but it really is in like small towns that are mostly Amish or Mennonite or, dopes who are anti-vax or whatever. It's not like it's sweeping across the nation, right? It's still a mark of an empire in decline, but still, it's largely, to some degree, confined to those kinds of communities. And so if you were to say to yourself, well, Alan, how would I know if I have the necrotizing fasciitis of the vulva? Well, it's going to look like, again, like I said, some of you ladies, it might be harder to determine because you've got a real mess down there.
One of the bits just fall off.
But I would think that your medical professional, provided that you were getting regular checkups, would be able to tell you, or give you a clean bill of health. Because the reason it's a problem, aside from the obvious reasons, is that it can, spread to other parts of your body. You can get other, life-threatening complications. There are people who have died from necrotizing fasciitis in 12 hours.
But isn't that the exact part of your body you don't want it to go to? Like, if it was on my hand, the first thing I'd do would be like, oh, God, I hope it doesn't go to my penis.
I mean, I don't want it to go anywhere.
Right, but you're saying if it travels, you're like, it could get to other... That's the place that you start. You don't want it to go.
Right. Right.
I got it on my face. Oh, my God, what about my penis? It doesn't... Like, the first thing you're going to think of is I don't want this on my genitals.
Right.
You could take my hand. Don't take my wiener.
That's right. Honey, let me check your pubic mound.
Mons.
Your mons pubis. Because there's a lot going on down there. A lot of guys don't notice. There's a lot going on down there.
A lot of parts.
And it's all essential. Whatever your gals got going on down there, they're all essential workers. They all work in concert with each other. And so consult your gynecologist. One woman had seen a doctor 5 days earlier after noticing a spot and was given antibiotics, but the treatment failed to clear the infection. And by the time she was hospitalized, the infection had spread through her entire labia, lower abdomen, and left hip. She died of sepsis 28 hours after her diagnosis.
That's crazy.
A little over a day. So, to Rob's point, there are a lot of No, you don't want the flesh-eating disease virus anywhere on your body. But boy, you can make a list of places you'd want it before it got to your crotch.
Every single place on my body.
Mm-hmm.
With the exception of those two places.
Mm-hmm. So just be aware, ladies. The most common cause of necrotizing fasciitis is a form of strep.
There you go. I was wondering where it came from.
Hey, fortunately, nobody ever gets strep.
But here's the question.
Yep.
Again, dope, just the way my brain works. Is that passed to someone because that person, say, had a strep infection in their throat?
Maybe so.
And did the
it doesn't
downstairs,
say that. It doesn't say that in this peer-reviewed study.
Like you can get the herpes that way.
Mm-hmm. But the mortality rate of the vulvar necrotizing fasciitis can be as high as 50% if you don't get it checked out.
How do you know you have it?
Well, this lady, she had a spot.
A spot, and then 28 hours later, she's dead.
28 hours later.
God damn.
Yeah. They tried to remove all the necrotic tissue, but it didn't work. They put her in ICU, and she died of sepsis.
The heebie-jeebies, man.
So ladies, just keep an eye out for that.
Vagina news.
Vulvar necrotizing fasciitis.
Love you, but please don't touch my vagina.
Again, I am merely a steward of the public airwaves, so I am not a physician. I'm no kind of doctor. Unless you count witch doctor. But ladies, just consult your medical professionals. Kat has been dead quiet on the subject, which leads me to believe she is frozen in terror.
Fear.
I can't even imagine. Like, I mean, anything that's like flesh eating
Yeah.
or like necrotic. I mean, yeah, that can't really name like a worse way to
No, you went to medical school. Necrotic is not a word anyone wants to hear.
Yeah.
No. You've got a necrotic pinky. Well, lop it off. You've got a necrotic perineum. Oh
boy.
Oh, that's going to be
pause.
That's going to be a bigger swing. ...
What can we do about this?
That's going to be a bigger swing. I've got to take a break. You want to send a text, 35192. You can email at alancockshow.com, watch on our YouTube channel, and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Anonymous in New York. Go ahead.
You're an idiot. I listen all the time because in this day and age, you
And sure, they're interested in a good deal. For them, not for you. Come to WeBuyAnyCar.com instead. All we do is buy cars. You get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price. So don't take chances with a trade-in. Go to WeBuyAnyCar.com for a free online valuation.
Find out how much your car's worth at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
Hey, it's Alan. Get to your local McDonald's restaurant for the $5 Sausage McMuffin with Egg Meal for breakfast. That gives you the Sausage McMuffin with Egg Sandwich, the hash browns and the small coffee, the savory hot sausage, little slice of melty American cheese, delicious fresh cracked egg, all in the freshly toasted English muffin. Only available during breakfast hours for a limited time, so get into McDonald's. You can order ahead in the app. It's a lot easier. You get incredible savings every day. You scoot in, get your food. The $5 Sausage McMuffin with Egg Meal at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
From the Avon Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Studios. Better than employee pricing.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
See Ice Cube's coming to Cleveland?
Did I see it?
Pretty rad.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Every single word to this song.
Just waking up in the morning, gotta thank God. I don't know, but today seems kinda odd. No barking from
Mama cooked the breakfast with no hog.
And Mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. I got my grub on, but didn't dig out. Finally got a call from a girl.
Wanna dig out?
Hooked it up for later as I hit the dope. Thinking, will I live another
24?
I gotta go, cause I got me a drop top. And if I hit the switch,
I can make the ass drop.
Had to stop at a red light, looking in my mirror, not a jacker in sight. And everything is alright. I got a beat from Kim, and she can do it all night. Called up the homies, and I'm asking y'all, which park are y'all playing basketball? Get me on the court, and I'm troubled. Last week, round and got
This is why he's
MC like MJ.
R. Edward Anthony.
Today was a good day.
No helicopter, looking for the murder. 2 in the morning.
Got a fat
Got
burger.
the fat burger. Even saw the Goodyear blimp.
And it read?
Ice Cube's a pimp.
Drove to the pad and hit the showers.
Ice Cube, his first North American tour in 10 years, they announced, coming to Cleveland. Truth to Power, Ice Cube, 4 decades of attitude, the North American tour. Looks like he's doing maybe 20 dates. Going to be in Cleveland on October the 8th. His first coast-to-coast U.S. tour in over 10 years.
I am so there, dude.
That's the same. I'm already going to see Stereo Lab at the Globe Iron. They happen to be in town that night. Now, granted, complete opposite ends of the musical spectrum, but nevertheless. So Ice Cube, and I don't know who's with him, but going to be covering 4 decades.
This is worth the
music.
price of admission alone.
Yeah, he's got a brand new album called Man Down, and he'll be here doing the Rocket Arena. Probably sell it out. October the 8th, which I think is a Thursday night. It is a Wednesday night. So those tickets will go on sale this Friday? Something like that.
The edits are so great. And my Jimmy runs deep, so deep, put our ass to sleep.
Cleveland, by the way, the second to last date on the tour, begins the first week of September in Brooklyn. And the very last date on the tour is Thursday, October 9th in Toronto. So the very last American date is Cleveland, the Rocket Arena on Wednesday, October the 8th. If you look for the murder, 2 in the morning, got the fat burger. Good year, blimp.
And it said Ice Cube's a pimp.
Jesus, I remember we went to, years ago, we were in Mexico, and we took the 2-hour bus ride from Cancun to Tulum to go see the ruins. And those movies he did, Are We There Yet?
Mm-hmm.
It's him and his kids. Whatever the sequel was, it was called something else. It wasn't Are We There Yet 2. It was something else.
Are we there now?
Something
Have we arrived yet?
Yeah. Are We Done Yet? I think might be what it was called. Anyway, that movie was on the bus ride to Tulum in Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a trip.
They have the, what do they call it, subtitles on?
No subtitles.
Oh, boy, so you were just guessing what was happening.
Oh, yeah. We were the only American tourists on this bus. This was not like a tour bus to Tulum. This was a, city bus. We went to the bus station and got tickets for the bus ride from Cancun to Tulum. And they had which I thought was hilarious. They had Ice Cube's Are We There Yet sequel in Spanish.
Probably just whatever they had.
That's what I mean. Yeah. I mean, by that time, the movie was 5 or 6 or 7 years old.
Do we have You Can Do It in the
probably
system?
You Can Do It.
Oh, that's my other bop from Ice Cube, man.
Let me see.
Yay. Oh, look out. Get your ass up and hurrah. Ice Cube, baby. It's 99, baby. I'm on the grind, baby. Oh, so good, man. I love Cube.
Put your ass into it. Mm-hmm. Is it ass?
It sure is.
Oh, put your ass into it.
Yeah, they can't say ass on that station. Apparently.
Back that ass up was back that thang up. Remember that? In the club, it was back that ass up.
Yeah.
Who was that? Genuine? Who did back that ass up?
No, that was...
It was like a one-hit wonder, right?
No, he's a Juvenile.
Yeah.
Oh, Juvenile. Yes. Okay.
He was like the first rapper to ever completely sound like he might be hard of hearing. Go ahead and look up hand. The back hand.
Yeah, because in the club, it was back that ass up, obviously, on radio. It was back that thang up.
Mm-hmm.
Because couldn't say ass.
Gonna help it in the hand. I'm not wrong.
Oh, God, what a time capsule. Going back to doing, my club gigs and stuff.
Oh, yeah, man.
Wow.
Cisco and the thong song and all that stuff.
Oof.
Those were the parties, man. I was working at an AC station and that stuff was still popping. That was such a fun time to be working clubs.
Yeah. Man, it was a good time. Anywho, Ice Cube, second to last date. Well, the last American date, but second to last date on the North American tour is here in Cleveland at the Rocket Arena. First tour in a long time.
You think he'll do any NWA stuff?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, God, I pray he does.
Yeah, of course.
That's when I fell in love with Ice Cube. That NWA stuff is when I really jumped into rap. Man, I was such a fan.
I never really got into rap, but I liked stuff here and there. I liked It Was a Good Day. I liked that was on the Predator. I liked that whole record. But I really kind of went in and out. I was kind of on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, I was around
hip-hop.
when they split and they all went their own way. I had all theirs. Easy Does It is still one of my favorite records, maybe of all time. Filthy, just filthy to be filthy.
Yeah.
But man, was it good. There's none of those songs we could even think about trying to play an edited version of.
Mm-mm. No, I mean, the Predator, that came out right after the LA riots. So it was, obviously the songs hadn't been written with that knowledge in mind, but I mean, the stuff he was writing about anyway was reflected in what was happening in the LA riots in 92.
If you ever want a good chuckle, I think it's from the Easy Does It album. There's a song called Give Me That Nut. And I will tell you, just do yourself the favor, and the lyrics to that song, you will just, it's definitely not something that we could, if I spent the next hour editing it, perhaps We could play a piece of it, but it was so funny. The stuff that he came out with, he's so great.
Here, I can't play it, but I can find you the lyrics.
Oh, I know the lyrics.
Yeah, I know you know the lyrics.
Yeah.
I know you know them.
Yeah, I'm good at this. This is another one I could do front to back.
So to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know what? Doesn't look like it's on Easy, does it?
No, it's on 187 Killa.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yep, because Easy Does It was when he did Boys in the Hood without the rest of the guys.
1993.
Yeah.
Was
We Want Easy was on that.
Mm-hmm. Cruising down the street in my 6'4", it's like that, and it's like this. I took her to the pad, and we started to kiss. Now my D's on hard. You know what I'm thinking.
Next line.
Took the panties off.
And the...
Wasn't stinking.
Oh, I know.
She wasn't afflicted with a necrotizing fasciitis.
No, thank God.
He was an early adopter of trying to get women to make sure that their feminine health was tip-top.
Oh, you keep going through this.
Pulled off my drawers, and we started to begin. Now the is wet, so my slides in.
I love how you're reading it like slam poetry, kind of.
Mm-hmm. I hope you guys snap rather than applaud.
Heidi, Heidi, Heidi. Get to that part yet?
Oh, Heidi, 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 you ho. Riding from the back, so I'm pumping kind of slow. She's scratching on my back. Oh, here she comes. Now I gotta get a nut.
Uh-huh.
Gotta get a nut. Gotta get it quick. Give me that, give me that, give me that nut.
Mm-mm.
Why he didn't sell that to Mars bars back in the day, I don't know. Or like Almond Joy, right?
Or M&M's?
I mean, Snoop Dogg, I know Eazy-E died a long time ago, but I mean, had he been given the opportunity, I wonder if he would have licensed out his music. You know, all those hardcore guys lived so long that they're all cuddly now.
Yeah, but there was no way to clean that stuff up. Like, they released things that, like Ice Cube got into doing family movies and stuff like that.
Right.
But his music is still, like, you'd never play that for your kid.
Right.
Like anything, I guarantee you anything he's releasing now, he's still rapping like he's in Compton. It's so good. Oh.
This would be perfect for M&M's
Oh
or
my
Almond
God.
Joy or something.
That song is so good.
Well, R.I.P.
I'm going to see if I can edit it.
RIP. Alan,
Huge feud.
Alan, if anybody argues with Rob being added to the blacklist, just play them this segment.
Seriously. I agree.
Yeah. Don't worry, I
Right.
never sang the words.
Right. I've got some kids' corner here.
It ain't easy
Transition.
being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
We have a handful of bureau chiefs in the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Spent a lot of time in Milwaukee as a kid. It was right up the road from Chicago. My brother was for whatever reason, was a Brewers fan. And so occasionally we'd go up to Milwaukee and take in a ball game. And it is a hell of a lot. I always think of Milwaukee in kind of the same breath as Cleveland, where they've really had their glow up over the past couple of decades. Milwaukee, when I was a kid, boy, it was just like, oh, God, it was awful. But Milwaukee now, you know, you can have a good time there. One of the high schools, though, is making their students pretty upset because they're going to have a breathalyzer at prom.
We had that too.
Did you have? I was going to say, this can't be unprecedented.
It's pretty common, from what I know.
Well, apparently not at this school. South Milwaukee High School is requiring their students to take breathalyzers at prom. And the students are not happy about it at all because it's going for obvious reasons, I guess.
That's right, Natalie and Jessup. I spoke with some students today, and they tell me they think the school is taking their safety protocols too far. They also say they feel uncomfortable about the required breathalyzer test and say it's making students not want to go.
But I thought prom was supposed to be like a big part of high school, and everyone was, you know, supposed to go to prom and like it would be like this big thing, but a lot of people don't want to go anymore.
Prom preparations are well underway for South Milwaukee High School. However, some students say they were surprised when they read about what they should expect at this month's prom.
It was confirmed when I bought tickets the other day. It's in the fine print. You have to agree to be breathalyzed and go through a metal detector.
A detailed prom letter on the school's website says when students arrive to the dance
You can tell the kids who weren't asked to prom because they're pretty nonchalant about the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know?
I didn't want to go anyway.
Yeah, it was in the fine print, whatever.
the Baird Center, they will be required to go through weapons detection, have their belongings searched, and will be breathalyzed.
I think the breathalyzers are just like unnecessary and like a little bit of an invasion of privacy.
It just makes me feel really uncomfortable.
Brooks, who tells me she went to prom last
How is it an invasion of privacy? You're all minors.
So dramatic.
Be like if you got pulled over on a suspected DUI and you go, it's an invasion of my privacy. It's not up to you. I'm not telling you if I've had too much to drink, Oscar.
If they did that at my prom, nobody would have been there.
Oh,
Like,
my
they
God.
breathalyzed no one.
But I went to Catholic high school, so it was like they were cracking down on everything.
Oh, man.
At my high school.
They checked. They pretended to check. We were getting hammered in the bathroom. Chain smoking cigarettes at a place called Chez Joseph, and just destroying nip bottle or airplane bottles of Jack Daniels.
Yeah.
I remember
Hammered.
They threatened people too that you wouldn't walk in graduation and stuff like
Right,
that.
exactly.
They told us the same thing, and no one
Yeah.
cared. Like, okay,
Yeah.
I won't walk. All
I
right,
mean,
cool.
I didn't drink in high school, so it wasn't an issue for me. But
Will I still
a
get my
lot
diploma?
of people, huh?
Will I still get my diploma? Yes. All right. Well, I don't care if I walk at graduation.
Yeah.
My parents will.
Yeah. My school had a choice to make because our valedictorian was obviously brilliant, but quite homely. And again, this was Catholic high school, so it was presided over by one of the bishops of the diocese. And our valedictorian, being quite socially awkward, had no sense of what was appropriate, even with her sense of humor. And when she went to shake the bishop's hand, she had a joy buzzer in her hand.
Whoops.
And I guess she thought that was hilarious. And so they had a decision to make. Are we going to withhold the diploma of the school's valedictorian from this class? And they decided against that. But they were very, very displeased.
So I take it the bishop didn't have a sense of humor.
Yeah, seriously.
Guess
like,
not.
what's the big deal?
No. It was a Midwestern Catholic high school in the 80s. No.
last year says some of the safety measures are necessary.
I understand it's very necessary. I was at prom last year and it was honestly a mess. There was a lot of things that teenagers should not be doing at prom.
However, she says some of the safety measures are too extreme, including the breathalyzer test, saying other students agree and it's making them not want to come.
There are definitely ulterior methods we could use to do this. There's a lot of schools that probably don't have this issue, but don't go as far as we're trying to go.
A lot of people have been complaining about it and saying they're not going to go because of it.
Well, there you go. South Milwaukee High School.
I love their bitching about what they're doing at prom. Like,
I know.
You don't think about what they're doing after prom?
Well, it's CYA, though. They can't control what they do otherwise. They just want to make sure that they're not going to be on the hook for something that happens on school grounds.
No, but a lot of these schools have the after hours thing, the 24-hour whatever after prom.
A lot of people don't go to the school and
Right.
the after party. Like my group didn't want to. I mean, I would have maybe checked it out just to check it out, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people prefer not to.
I got to tell you, of all the things that have gone away in the last 20 years, I can't believe prom is still a thing. I can't believe prom. Seriously, how has prom hung around?
What do you have against prom?
Well,
I don't.
There's no
I'm
other
just.
equivalent
So why are you
social
surprised?
event.
Yeah.
Because by the time you're a senior in high school, you can do 400 other things. Like
you don't get dolled up and stuff and go
It's the
do
last
out
time
that
you
kind
see
of things.
those
It's
people,
fun.
Probably like all that.
I actually enjoy, like, prom was one thing I actually liked, and I hated high school.
Really?
Loved it. Yeah, it was great. We had a limo.
I guess I'm surprised that it's hung around.
Me and a bunch of my buddies just getting drunk with our girlfriends. It was a blast. So much fun.
Well, because there's more and more kids, by the way, that like don't have a license.
Right.
Like when I went to prom, I went with, it was me and my girlfriend at the time. We went with 3 other couples. And we didn't get a limo because, again, I went to school with rich kids. And so one of my friends in our group, his dad, they were loaded. And his dad had a warehouse full of classic cars.
Oh, nice.
Like Jay Leno, right? And he goes, pick a car.
Wow.
And so, like, I drove to prom in, like, a 65 Mustang.
Did you drive?
Wow.
Or,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
car.
And everybody was like, now, one of the other guys in our group, he had, like, a 60-something Corvette. And he crunched it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I was like, what did you think? And again, we were not getting wrecked. But I think he might have had, I don't know. The whole thing's a little foggy. But I was like, it made me very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable to be driving this car. He thought it was this huge flex. I'm like, we're going to look like such dicks, by the way.
I don't know. I bet they look pretty badass.
I
All you guys
guess,
rolling in
but-
classic cars?
I guess. But
We
I
had a
was like-
limo, and yeah, you're not supposed to smoke in this thing. We're like, okay, smoking, drinking.
Oh, yeah. I
Just
mean,
party. Like, and you think about it, you're with 17, 18 years old, just having an absolute ball.
the reason I hated prom season is because I was working fine dining.
Oh, yeah.
And so I was working, obviously I wasn't working the night of my prom, but I'm working prom season when all the other schools are having prom. And all these dicks that come in with their girl, just general high school prom stuff. Everybody's blown their money on dinner and the limo. You get tipped nothing.
Yeah, no one knows how to tip anyway.
Nothing. Well, even if they did, they're not gonna, because they think it's funny to leave you a nickel.
So
I hated prom season from the waiter standpoint.
I
yeah.
thought of this recently because I went to Chipotle the other day. When Chipotle was such a huge
good
craze
for you.
Yeah.
When people were obsessed with Chipotle, people would go there like before these fancy dances, like before homecoming, and I'm like, I can't believe that we did that. Like, I feel like that is so kind of lame.
Wait, why did you go to Chipotle before?
It was like my first homecoming. Like, they wanted to go to Chipotle. Like,
Oh,
'cause
homecoming.
Chipotle was like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
big deal. Like, back then it was like really popular. And anyway, I just can't believe that people wanted to go to Chipotle before a dance like
You
that.
wouldn't
It's like
eat
messy
at the event?
too.
Like they didn't have food at?
I don't remember. I don't think so. Prom had food, but homecoming.
I never
was
went to a
like-
homecoming at the
Yeah,
Prom
a little
was
bit
the
different.
only thing I did, and
Yeah,
I
prom
got
had food.
I got in trouble because I went to this huge after party at a hotel, and I called home and I was like, "Hey, I'm gonna stay out the night at a friend's house." My mom's like, "No, where are you really?" And I was like, "Mom, we're all at this hotel. We're just gonna have a good time. No one's doing anything stupid." Like 10 minutes later, she pulled in the parking lot and I had to leave. You want to talk about like the worst? Oh, she's gonna kill me.
Wow.
I much rather would have gotten in the car and had her take me home than if I had stayed. She would have I would have died. I wouldn't be here talking to you. Would have been the end of me.
That was in high school, you said?
Yeah, my senior year.
Yep.
I mean, listen, I gave her every reason in the world not to trust me. I came home drunk every weekend, going to parties, bringing beer balls. Like I wasn't the world's greatest kid,
Wow,
but I
that
had
was
fun.
Not me, boy.
And Kat was farting at her homecoming.
Yeah,
eating at Chipotle.
she farted so hard she died. She showed up dead to prom. Homecoming. All right, there's your kids' corner. Kids'
corner.
Hey, you want to go see Shine Down? They are on the Dance Kid Dance Tour. Is that the name of the new album, by the way?
They haven't
Called
said yet.
Dance Kid Dance. They got Gavin Rossdale and Bush opening up, and Morgan Wade, who's pretty foxy. All of them going to come to the Rocket Arena this summer. It is Tuesday night, August the 19th. RocketArena.com is going to have all the info on the show. It's going to have tickets if you want to strike out here and want to buy them. Shine Down this summer, back in Cleveland. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Slight chance of rain overnight, 34 for a low. We'll see
Featuring old school heavy alternative from Korn, Linkin Park, Nine Inch Nails, System of a Down, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search in U Metal Radio, and make it your next preset.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city. Cleveland! But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
All they got to do is play this at the South Milwaukee High School prom, and they won't need any booze. They'll be high on life, Rob. Alan asked a friend of mine whether they should breathalyze at the prom. He was drunk prom night, crashed and killed his date, and he's paralyzed. Well, that is an extreme case, but yeah.
Debbie Downer.
Right.
I was riding the high of how much fun prom was. I wasn't driving. Now I realize.
I hated my prom.
Did you
hated
really?
it? Yeah, because at that time, the girl I was dating, I wanted to cut her head off, and she was like begging me not to break up with her before prom. And so I was like, okay. I was more passive aggressive than that, but. And then, like, the summer between senior year and freshman year in college, I met somebody who was a year behind me. And so I went to college, and she and I started dating that summer. And I came back to go to her prom, and I had a blast. I had a great time at her prom. But at my own prom, I was like, ugh.
I think more people say that than not, that when they go to another school's, like, prom, when they don't know anybody, that they have more fun a lot of times.
I mean, I
I've
guess
heard
that. I guess that's counterintuitive. I mean, literally,
yeah.
I wouldn't have. I mean, now I got the moxie to pull that off, but like then, literally, she was the only person I knew. I didn't know anybody. At least at my prom, like I knew everybody.
Yeah, but it's freeing to not know anybody, for some people.
Not when you're a senior in high school, it ain't.
Yeah.
No, when you're a grown up, maybe it is. But
yeah, I went with the same girl to mine and to hers.
Oh.
We weren't even dating at the time; we were just friends. But I remember just being a complete ass at hers because, like, again, same thing, right? Like, you're drinking prior. I don't know a lot of people. There's a couple of kids that I went to, like, junior high school with that went to that school. And then she made the mistake of telling me that she used that tape on her boobs instead of wearing a bra.
Yeah.
So that was all I needed to hear. And I told, like, everybody because I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Hey, Tammy's wearing boob tape. It's like duct tape on her boobs. That didn't go well. And then I never really dated her.
Blew up her spot.
I did.
And remember, I went to Catholic high school, Kat, so they were not only breathalyzer, they were checking for intact hymens.
Oh, God.
Nice clean bubble.
Intact.
They got down there with miners' helmets.
She can pass.
That's funny.
Keep it that way, Alan.
Yeah, right.
I want to be sure you know how to use a condom, rubber, a raincoat, a boner bucket, party hat, squirt skirt, love sock.
Your Cleveland Guardians are in Baltimore tonight to play the Orioles at 7:05. That is Felix Bautista and the Baltimore Orioles. It's the first of three there at Camden Yards. 7:05 tonight. So pregame get going after we roll at 6:30. After they play the Orioles, Guardians will go to Pittsburgh, play the Buccos at PNC Park. And then they'll come home and host the Yankees. And tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, I will have tickets for you for the third game in that series. That's Wednesday the 23rd. Guardians, Yankees, right here on your FM home for Cleveland Guardians baseball. 100.7 WMMS.
Yes.
It's a full 5 count that time. That's Might be your best one yet.
Mm-hmm.
What's up there, guys? I went to prom back in the 90s. My buddy and I went in on a half ounce of weed, because why not? And I'd say within the first 10 minutes of prom, he dropped it out of his pocket.
Oh,
and someone else had a really good prom. Ours was pretty crappy.
No.
Take it easy, guys.
A half ounce for one night?
Yeah, that's like insane.
How much were they going to smoke?
Yeah, split the two. Well, it turned out to be 0.
Right.
But he couldn't hang on to it.
Smoke weed every day.
Astronomical amount of pot for a one-nighter.
Well, like he said, why not?
That's the pot that I miss. Like just buying that bag, you get a case of the munchies, go to bed. Now, you mute. I cannot smoke this stuff now, man. I try. I keep trying.
It's intense.
I'm like, maybe I could do this strain. And I go in. I talk to the salespeople, I guess, whatever they'd be. And they say, I'm looking for a high that like those old school highs. You have a good time, have a good laugh, a little bite to eat, and go to bed. The guy's like, oh, yeah, this is what you want. One hit.
That's why I like I like to smoke, but that's why I F with edibles.
I see edibles. I never could trust them.
I know a lot of people. I'm the opposite. The first time I hadn't smoked in a long time. I smoked maybe a month ago after one of my appearances, and that was the first time I had smoked in a while. And it was great. A couple of puffs. It was a nice night.
I've just given up on trying, I think. This was just a couple of months ago I tried. I tried edibles. And the same thing. Some edibles, I'll get like tingly toes. Other ones, I'll be in a coma. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
I just don't know what to do.
Tingly toes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, if you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, tell me where you do it. Rob is a bureau chief in Clarksville, Tennessee. Steve is in Tooele, Utah. Tim's in Grand Rapids. TJ's down in Savannah, Georgia. And Emily is one of our bureau chiefs in Kalamazoo, Michigan. My home for a few years. And there's a kid now who's in big trouble there in Kalamazoo. He's going to get some jail time because he was mad that his girlfriend and her family went on a cruise and asked him to stay behind and watch the pets. A 19-year-old guy. Now, he was living with his girlfriend's family. You would think, hey, they're doing me a favor. They're letting me stay here. 19-year-old Joshua Lowe was upset that he had to stay there and watch the pets there in Kalamazoo while his girlfriend and her family went on a cruise. So he called in a bomb threat to the Carnival Cruise Line Corporation. They had to check more than 1,000 rooms after the ship had departed Miami.
It's so petty.
Yeah, and he's getting 8 months in prison for making a false bomb threat. And I think it's real bang in the ass prison, too. I mean, they traced the email address. He emailed a bomb threat. They traced the email address. He's not a master criminal. I mean,
it's so dumb.
They traced it to him. Living with his girlfriend's family, he admitted he sent the message because he was upset. The family went on the cruise, left him behind to care for the pets. Anybody else would go, hey, I got the run of the place. All I got to do is feed the animals.
Dad took the key to the liquor cabinet, though.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch, that's it. I'm calling in a bomb threat.
Yep. 19-year-old dude going to do 8 months.
But he lost his girlfriend, too.
Cruise ship and his place to live. Well, I guess he's got a new place to live.
Yeah.
He's got new accommodations.
At least for 8 months.
Yeah. He'll probably be out in 4. But, listen, cruises are about to get even more fun because the Trump administration has gotten rid of all the CDC. They've ordered them to fire all of the full-time cruise ship health inspectors. Because why would we need them?
Is that real?
Yes.
Why?
They're keeping a skeleton crew of 12 U.S. Public Health Service officers who will respond. Listen, cruises are like rolling Petri dishes, right? If you've ever been on one, if you weren't sick when you got on, most likely you're going to be sick when you got off. The norovirus just tears through these things. And the Trump administration has ordered the CDC to fire all of the full-time cruise inspectors because they're like, well, this is the usual blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is to reduce inefficiency and save taxpayer money, except they aren't paid by taxpayer money. Cruise ship companies pay for the CDC to monitor their cruises. So, as with every other rationale they've got for slicing through these agencies, it's all made up. But why would you need people with the CDC monitoring cruise lines?
Would they just have that become a cruise line employee then? Like, if the cruise line was paying them anyway?
There's no plan in any of these things, so I don't know what the thought is. Don't know. But RFK Jr., who is, quote-unquote, running Health and Human Services, they're planning on firing 10,000 full-time employees over there at HHS, including 2,400 at the CDC, to, quote, reduce inefficiency. Of course.
See, I have to always assume whenever I hear these things that there has to be something somewhere that makes it all make sense.
There isn't.
That I just don't know about.
There isn't. They don't know what these... Listen, governing properly is really boring. Now, that's not to say that there isn't bloat and waste in government. But if these guys were going at it surgically, that would make sense. They're not. So they're just like, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, because they don't really care. And so, listen, there will be another pandemic. Best you can hope for is it doesn't happen in the next 3 years. But cruise ships, there's outbreaks all the time of like violent norovirus and whatever the other common cruise ship bugs are. 2024 alone had 18 cruise ship outbreaks. Now, again, there are a lot of cruise ships out there, so 18 might sound like a small number. But when you've got, and these cruise ships are getting bigger and bigger. I'm always fascinated when I see advertisements for like, here's our new ship, and they're just floating hotels. You know, they've been that for a long time. But I genuinely look at these commercials and I go, how does that thing stay upright? So the whatever skeleton crew remains at the CDC, the people who keep an eye on cruise ships, they're kind of operating now with both arms tied behind their backs, while RFK Jr. goes off to figure out what the cause of autism is. Gee, I wonder if he'll say vaccines. So if you've got a cruise, maybe in the next year or 18 months, plan accordingly. These floating, vomit-soaked, rolling hotels.
It can't be a free-for-all, though. There has to be something. Do you know what I mean? There has to be a plan.
But there isn't. There doesn't have to be one.
Of course there does. You can't just have everybody getting sick.
Concepts of a plan.
It's why the coal miners union is suing the Trump administration. The United Miners of America. They're suing. The steel workers are suing the Trump administration because he's like, we're going to open these coal plants, beautiful, clean coal. Doesn't make sense. All made up. But they could give a thin, wet crap about worker protections. So they're fighting. They're trying to dismantle worker protections. So it's one thing to go, we want coal mines open, but the people going in there to work them, they couldn't care less about the health and safety of those people who are actually in the mines. So those unions are suing the administration. And they should, because he's trying to dismantle all these regulations, things that would limit their exposure to toxic chemicals and black lung protections and things like that. Regulations that were very, very beneficial to miners for many, many years. He's trying to get rid of all those. And so those unions are suing, as they should. So I don't know. So when people go, there's a plan. There is no plan.
I just think they have to be looking at something that we're not. I guess at the end of the day, I still like to trust that there's something there that these guys are making good decisions.
I'm sure someone is, but it ain't him. And it ain't RFK Jr. And it ain't Elon Musk. So I don't know. But I've been on precisely 3 cruises, and that was about two too many. I mean, they're fun. They're fine. But just the whole time, you're like, what am I going to go home with? What am I going to take back to the mainland that I caught on this cruise that might not even present itself for a couple of days after?
Why is it so much worse on a cruise than it is like if you were in a hotel for a week? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Say you just stayed in a hotel and never left the grounds of the hotel.
Because I think you're mingling with people more on a cruise. There's water parks and there's hot tubs.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? You're mingling. You're in much closer proximity and contact with other people on a cruise than you would be at a hotel.
It's weird because you never hear like, oh, this entire Marriott had the runs. Like, no one ever talks about that.
Well,
like this entire cruise ship did.
If the free breakfast got everybody, you know?
Yeah. True.
Oh, no, the fajitas.
True.
In the lobby.
Yeah, one good outbreak of bad dairy.
Yeah. Here is $1,000 for you. Second to last chance to win today, and then we'll start it all over again tomorrow morning with RMG. Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, are you paying attention to the Josh Shapiro situation? I've heard from a lot of our Pennsylvania bureau chiefs about that. The Josh Shapiro, he's the governor of Pennsylvania, and a guy tried to he did. He set fire to the governor's residence there, and his plan was to go in there and, if he saw Josh Shapiro, kill him with a hammer. Shades of that other mentally ill guy who got into Paul Pelosi's house and actually attacked him with a hammer, Nancy Pelosi's husband. So obviously this guy is extremely mentally ill. Josh Shapiro and his family got out. Golly, I wonder why this guy doesn't like Josh Shapiro in particular. A guy named, the cop was talking about it when he gave a press conference.
We were late in coming out here because we were getting rapid information as it was occurring. And I'm pleased to announce that we do have an individual in custody. His name is Cody Balmer, Balmer, age 38, with a Harrisburg post office address.
Now, the guy looks as whacked out as you think that he would, but his mom is like, he's severely mentally ill and he stopped taking his meds and blah, blah, blah. So they got him with terrorism charges and burglary and arson and all kinds of stuff. It always fascinates me how these people can hold jobs. You know, they said he's a mechanic. He's a 38-year-old mechanic, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And he is, like his mom said, off his meds. Nobody got injured, but they did the perp walk, and he's making faces in the camera. He's sticking his tongue out, and, it looks about as kooky as you'd expect him to look. But if you saw any footage of that home, man, it wasn't just like a front door got charred. If they hadn't gotten out of that house, it would have been a really bad situation.
Well, he came in with a bunch of Molotov cocktails, right?
Yeah, he took gasoline from a lawnmower and poured it into Heineken bottles and made Molotov cocktails at home. And the fire department got there in time. The family and the pets got out.
State police investigators have announced the arrest of a 38-year-old suspect who they say jumped a fence and broke into the home in Harrisburg, setting the fire while the governor, his wife, children, house guests, and the family dogs were asleep inside.
House guests?
Police evacuated everyone safely. Governor Shapiro thanked the first responders and the FBI for their assistance and made a passionate plea against this kind of targeted violence.
This type of violence is not okay. This kind of violence is becoming far too common in our society. And I don't give a damn if it's coming from one particular side or the other, directed at one particular party or another, or one particular person or another. It is not okay. And it has to stop.
Yeah, he was getting upset, boy.
Well, yeah.
I would
of
too.
Course, right.
My family is in there. The suspect admitted to, quote, harboring hatred towards Shapiro. Again, golly, I wonder why.
Did he say? Was it just because he's Jewish and Democrat?
I'm sure that it is. He said he would have used a hammer to attack the governor if they had come face to face. Josh Shapiro is a rising star in the Democrat Party. He was on a short list for Kamala's vice presidential picks. Most presidential candidates, you've got a better shot at becoming a top of the ticket. It's a lot easier to pull from governors because they've done a lot more things. They've coordinated legislation and things, and they've run things. People forget that governing properly involves running things. And governors are more prone to being skilled in that way than, say, senators or representatives are.
Where was the security? I mean, it's the governor's mansion. How the hell does this guy get that close?
That I didn't understand at all, but I don't know how that's all set up.
Someone should have just shot that guy the second they saw him go over the fence.
Don't know.
And I mean, at least at the end of the day, man, we can all agree that crazy's just crazy, right? This was a guy that was attacking a Jewish Democrat, and you mentioned the guy that attacked Nancy Pelosi's husband. Sometimes people are just nuts.
Well, but invariably they're always like, oh, he went off his meds. And I'm like, no, I don't know anything about that. I'm not on meds. I'm fortunately, I don't have any kind of mental illness or anything like that. At least not diagnosed, Rob. But, you know, I'm always, I'm curious about that world where people are like, you know, I feel pretty good. I'm going to stop taking my meds. Yeah, that's why you feel good.
Yeah, but I think it's a false sense of security,
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying.
And it really depends on what you're taking the medications for. If you're taking it because you have depression, you're not going to go light the governor's mansion on fire, most likely.
Well, and it's not like this guy, it's not like he came out of nowhere and this was his first offense.
Right.
I mean, this guy's got a jacket the size of my rod.
Is that big?
He's an auto mechanic, has had nearly a dozen run-ins with the law over the past decade. Forgery, assault, DUI.
So a large jacket then. I when you compared it to your
rod.
I didn't know what you meant. I wanted to make sure it wasn't his first offense.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Boner.
I got to take a break. 35192. Want to send me a text? You can watch live if you want on our YouTube channel, and you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. Rover's Morning Glory.
Anonymous in New York. Go ahead.
You're an idiot. I listen all the time because in this day and age, you should be a little more sensitive to things. And I didn't want to fight with you because you're a stupid radio station, but at the end of the day, I'm not an idiot. Nobody says anything because a man is mining me for my eggs.
Nobody wants your eggs, your rotten-ass eggs.
Well, when you're hot, my eggs were great and my kids are hot, and you're an idiot.
Yeah, I'm sure. Real hot, Rover. I'm very sexy.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's Charlie here to remind you that everybody poops and everybody pees, but nobody should have to deal with a clogged toilet. That's why I turned to the team over at Mr. Rooter. The team at Mr. Rooter is ready for same-day service 7 days a week. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing today and take advantage of their $95 drain cleaning special. Visit them at MrRooter.com and they'll be there quick. That's MrRooter.com. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, your professional plumbing problem solvers.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
even before you find a home. Lock in 6.75%, APR 6.81% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3rd-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis. For over 30 years, the professionals at Paul Davis Restoration are the experts that Northeastern Ohio trusts for rapid emergency response. We are your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis is committed to minimizing stress and disruption to your life when your home or business experiences an unexpected disaster. Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. When disaster strikes, you do have a choice. Paul Davis, the first name in property damage restoration. We are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at Restoration.
up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. You want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. That's where you want to email me. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, tell me where you do that. If it is from out of state, let me know. Make sure you are on our map. Who are some of our most recent additions to the map? Our latest bureau chiefs. James is in Wake Forest, North Carolina. Olivia and Nathan listen in Boston. Kevin is in Brooklyn, New York. And Jennifer is in
Tucson, Arizona.
Yes.
Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guardians baseball tonight. Live from Baltimore. 7:05 is the first pitch at Camden Yards. First of three before the Guardians go to Pittsburgh, play the Buccos, and then they'll come home and host the Yankees. And you'll hear every pitch, every inning, every out, every crackle blat here on WMMS, the Buzzard. And you can use the promo code HOMERUN20, HOMERUN20, for 20% off. You've got 2 weeks and 1 day remaining to use that. 2 weeks from tomorrow will already be the end of April. But you get 20% off whatever you want at CLE Clothing. No matter how many times you want to use it, it's there for you. HOMERUN20. To get yourself squared away with something new from them. NHL history has been made. Speaking of listeners in Boston, it's the first time in NHL history that the Bruins, the Rangers, and the Penguins have all missed the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you're a Maple Leafs fan, this is very, very good news. But if you are in Boston or New York, or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, it's all bad news.
Yeah.
I don't want to live in a world where the Pens aren't in the playoffs. I kind of feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for the Bruins.
Hey, watch it.
I don't feel bad for the Rangers. I was always an Islanders man. If I had to pick a New York team.
The Bruins, it was very obvious it was going to be what it was when they sent Brad Marchand to Florida, who was their captain.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. Like, this is a rebuild. Like, screw it. We're done. See ya.
Yeah.
Sucks. Oh, did that suck?
Yeah. So the Bruins are out. Penguins are out. I think my Blackhawks stunk up the joint too. They were not putting. Well, I heard from our buddy Ethan in Rochester. He is going to the Americans Monsters game. They're in Rochester. Monsters are playing an away game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And he was curious what the vibe was going to be. And I said, well, I'd love to tell you that it's full-on fights. But it's kind of a friendly vibe.
And plus, I don't know anything about the Rochester Americans. Do you? Like, I don't know. Is that team known for fighting? Because, I mean, if somebody picks a fight, they're going to fight. I mean, there's guys that can fight.
Yeah, but I mean like the vibe of the games, right? All these organizations are trying to make, like, families come out. And so, yeah, there's going to be some fights. But it's not like, when I was a kid, every so often we go to a Blackhawks game, like, the old Chicago Amphitheater where it's Chicago Stadium. Like the fans were fighting with each other.
Oh, yeah.
That was the fun part.
We were talking about it the other day, my brother and I. We were at a game. I think it was in the mid-'80s at some point. And the fights in the crowd were better than the fights that were on the ice.
Yeah.
There were two goalies fighting. It was the Montreal Canadiens and the Boston Bruins. And two goalies met in the middle of the ice. They were fighting. Everybody was fighting. And behind us, my father's like, whoa. And he turned around, and there were these two guys beating the crap out of each other. Then their wives got involved. And there was this massive fight between Bruins and Canadiens fans. It was the biggest rivalry that I'd ever seen live. It may still be to this point. I've never seen anything like that. Over laundry, Alan.
Yeah, over laundry. Yeah, we go to the old Chicago Stadium, which is where the United Center is now, but it was Chicago Stadium until probably the early 90s. And everybody played there. It's where the Blackhawks played. It's where the Bulls played. When I was a Chicago Sting fan when I was a kid and I was playing soccer. They were around for a decade or so. And, yeah, people would just fight each other.
Was it one of those old school arenas, like just the turn of the century
type?
Yeah.
The Madhouse on Madison. Yeah, like they had boxing there in the 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the Boston Garden.
Yep.
I loved the Boston Garden. There was just something about it, man. It was like, if you hadn't been there, I don't even know how to describe it. It's like like when you go to Fenway, like one of those original or Wrigley Field, right? Those original clubs, and it's awesome. The feeling inside of the Garden was so cool.
There was a Chicago businessman, Irishman named Patty Harmon in the early 20s. This guy sank his entire fortune, every dollar he had, into building the Chicago Stadium, only to then lose it down the road to the shareholders. They took it from him. And across the street is where they built the United Center. And that is owned by the family who stripped the old Chicago Stadium away from Patty Harmon and his family. He was penniless. Let that be a lesson to you kids. Never invest your own money. Never. Roger, one of our bureau chiefs there in Buffalo. He's the guy who's kind enough to record Lindy Korn's advertisements, and I think she might have given up. She's not even trying to come up with some fakakta scenario, at least in this one. There's not much you can do if you're buying 5-second ads, right? We've played you some of the longer ones. I don't think she's not buying 60s, obviously. I don't even know if she's buying 30s. I think mostly 15s. Here's a recent one.
Have you been called a cheap Jew at work? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Mm-hmm. She specializes in like HR and employee relations, sexual harassment, things like that in the workplace.
My client complained that after he danced with his husband at a holiday work party, the next week at work, he was called a fruitcake. Does this sound familiar?
Of all things to call someone, that's just...
Fruitcake.
Fruitcake.
My client worked as a busser at a restaurant, and her supervisor groped her breast while the general manager looked on and did nothing. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
So here's the new one. It's only 4 seconds long, and she's not even trying to come up with anything.
Has your job made you anxious and depressed? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Boy, she's casting a wide net with that one.
Yeah.
Has your job made you anxious and depressed? Why, yes. That phone's going to be ringing off the hook.
Well, you know what happened.
You know why I'm anxious and depressed in my job? Because they put a rat in my toolbox. Rat in me kitchen.
My client was in sales and a top performer and was up for a promotion. But when his supervisor found out that he was gay and HIV positive, he never got the promotion. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
I mean, that's just the plot of the movie Philadelphia. And there's no way to prove that, by the way. I mean, out of all of her cases, that one might be the weakest. He didn't get a promotion because they found out he was gay. I don't know how you prove that one. What were you saying, Rob?
I want it to be that she like hired a consultant and some guy literally had the job to just be like, ma'am, the only thing I can come up with is that you're casting too narrow of a net. You're speaking to the one person who perhaps may have had a rat thrown in their toolbox. Maybe if you said depressed and anxious at work, perhaps you could catch more people.
Miss Korn, to whom do you think these scenarios sound familiar, to quote you?
My client complained to HR that her boss asked her for sexual favors, and when she said no, he said, relax, enjoy it. Does this sound familiar? If so, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Mm-hmm. Let's just go with anxious and depressed. That'll get everybody in there.
If your job made you anxious and depressed, call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Yeah.
She'd be like, yeah, it's a job.
Right.
It's exactly how I feel every single day of my life.
Underpaid, overworked, baby.
That's me. That sounds just like me. Lindsay, help.
My client, a 65-year-old healthcare worker, had a hip replacement. When she returned to work, her supervisor moved her desk into the basement, which was flooded. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Miss Korn.
Her supervisor.
I think you might be a little off there, Miss Korn. I would. You're talking to one person again.
My client worked for pop star Missy Elliott and referred to her as her super-duper advisor and didn't care for it. Sound familiar?
Super-duper.
Yeah.
My client, a female machinist, complained about not being paid for overtime. And when she came to work the next day, she found a rat in her toolbox. Does this sound familiar? Call the law office of Lindy Korn.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that rat in her toolbox was not a literal translation of what happened here. I'm noticing that that's some creative writing on your part. A rat in her toolbox. So, yeah. Are you anxious and depressed?
Yes.
Call me. Yes.
Yes.
Get everybody in
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry, you weren't asking. Yes.
That was rhetorical.
Yes, I am.
On the part of Lindy Korn. So thank you, Roger. I do appreciate it. He's the one that funnels all those new Lindy Korn joints to me.
So good.
Mm-hmm. So I got some sperm news here.
Sperm news.
We did vagina news earlier with the necrotizing fasciitis there in the vulva. I figured turnabout's fair play. This whole thing I don't quite understand. It still feels like a goof, but the company that's doing it, a health startup, if you go to spermracing.com, this is going to take place in L.A., the first sperm race. They said it's not a joke. The startup is called Sperm Racing. They've raised $1 million. This is why people don't take startups seriously, because there's all this VC cash floating around, and they just throw it at companies. They raised $1 million to develop the world's first sperm race. And they will have, obviously, all of this under a microscope. It will take place before a live audience in L.A. of more than 1,000 spectators. And it is what it sounds like. It is a race between sperm.
It's pretty funny. I bet the guy that wins is going to feel really macho.
I'm curious where the samples are from. Sperm Racing says they'll track each sperm's movement with high-resolution cameras, tracking their microscopic moves. The winner of the race will, of course, be the first sperm to cross the finish line.
Did you say you wonder where the samples came from?
Yes.
Somebody's balls.
No. Who is giving them the samples?
The person's... You mean the which contestants?
Yes.
Oh,
who's
that was my bad.
Rob,
well, where do you think they came from?
You know that I understand where sperm comes from, right?
Like, what are you talking about?
Just because I'm shooting blanks doesn't mean I don't know the country of origin.
All right.
No, I'm curious who the contestants are that are submitting. Yeah. And, of course, I think this is all just another thing to get people to bet on. You're going to find out that this is like sponsored by DraftKings or something like that.
I'd bet on that.
The world's first sperm race will be held in front of a live audience up there on the big screen at the Hollywood Palladium on the 25th. That is a week from Friday. There are 1,000 seats available, and they expect it to sell out. You can buy tickets. If you are one of our West Coast bureau chiefs and you want to get out there for the first sperm race, you can go to spermracing.com. The founders of this startup are trying to make it quite clear that this is not a huge troll. They said that they're trying to call attention to issues of male fertility. They said male fertility is declining, except that nobody's really talking about it, except Elon Musk, who won't shut up about it and is trying to do his part to repopulate by having a baker's dozen of children that he then proceeds to ignore.
My only question, with it, I guess, is they would have to release the sample everyone's at the exact same time.
I don't understand any of this.
Guy's a real speed demon.
Die,
Fastest sperm this side of the Mississippi.
I'd like to think that it's like the cartoon, where he's got like the cowboy hat and the little bridle on him. He's got the Yosemite Sam handlebar mustache. Frog him in a corn, he did ride. Crambo.
That's Rip Sanford.
Yep.
If you ain't first, you last.
Yeah.
I wonder, it would be more interesting if it were like the first, like everyone starts at the same time. Then the sample lands, then the fastest sperm to get to its crossing point wins.
Yeah.
Then there's something invested. That's where Rip Sanford really comes in handy.
Rip Sanford, everybody.
Fastest masturbate on this side of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Gotta rehearse my song. Whoa! That's kind of pretty before it gets started, ain't it? Oh, Froggy when he courtin', he did ride Crambo. Froggy when he courtin', he did ride Crambo. Froggy when he courtin', he did ride a sword and a revolver by his side. Crambo killed flop-a-doodle yellow bug, too-lot-a-dee. That's the hard part right in there, and then nephew. Crambo killed flop-a-doodle yellow bug, too-lot-a-dee. Come her up, stop, bottom it, Crambo. And the yodel goes right in there somewhere, but...
Again, I don't know why I want them to play that during the sperm races, but I do.
Every single Sam Elliott performance I've ever seen in my entire life in cartoon version.
Yeah. My dad used to sing that song when I was a little kid before I even saw the Tom and Jerry cartoon. And then when I saw that cartoon, I was like, oh! So I don't know if it's a Deep South thing or what. Fargo when a court and he did ride, saber and a pistol by his side. So, spermracing.com, still selling tickets. Dr. Michael Eisenberg is a urologist at Stanford who was not involved in the particular study, but he said that this is a good way to call attention to men's fertility.
I think you're right. I think it's going to be a DraftKings or something type of, you can only vote or gamble on this on DraftKings.
Yep. MGM Spurt. I don't know what these apps are called. I don't know. I used to endorse FapDuel. Maybe that's the one that they're going to use for this. So, who knows? But spermracing.com will have all of the details there for you.
FapDuel.
Also, on the subject of, before I break out of sperm news here, if you, vibe coding, if you know what vibe coding is, it's like rather than people who know how to code. My son works in cybersecurity, and he, knows all the coding and all of the things that are involved in that. But vibe coding is just where you kind of put stuff in, you describe to an AI program what you want to build, and the AI generates the code. But obviously, because it's working on imperfect data sets, everybody has seen the stories about how it creates like cyanide ice cream, things like that, right? It'll crank out things that, it was telling people, oh, eat 1 or 2 rocks a day. Prepare the ice cream by mixing heavy cream, milk, sugar, vanilla, and cyanide, is what one recipe said. And there was another recipe that the AI cranked out for jizz soup. Now, I only mention this because this might not be off the, if you'll pardon the pun, beaten path for some of you who are looking to expand your culinary palate. There's a website called RecipeNinja.ai where they've cranked out things like platypus milk cream soup, werewolf cream glazing, and cholera chocolate cake. But they also have jizz soup, in which they tell you it's quite simple. I mean, people are looking for a 1 or 2 ingredient quick mixed dinner, right? Mm-hmm. Probably suitable for lunchtime and or dinner. 4 cups of chicken broth in a pot, and 1 cup of fresh jizz.
That's a lot of
People who think
jizz.
it's healthy,
Now
so-
you can dial it up with some onion and thyme and probably pepper to taste and all that. But that's boy, they are cranking out some amazing thing. A little pinch of nutmeg in there, a couple of garlic cloves that you've minced by hand.
Last week, I saw a film. As I recall, it was a horror film. Walked outside into the rain, checked my phone and saw you rang, and I jizzed in my pants.
There's some sperm news. Oh my. Hey, do you want to go see your Cleveland Cavaliers in the playoffs? All those games are going to be on MMS, right? All the Cavs playoff games? Is that correct?
They sure are. Just found out. Every single one.
The series begins on Sunday. We still don't know who they're playing, but that doesn't really matter. Game 2 is going to be here in Cleveland at the Rocket Arena, and you and a pal will be there. Cavs.com. Once they've got all the information, you'll see it there. You can secure your Cavs playoff tickets right now by being caller number 10. Game 2 of the first round here in Cleveland against a TBD opponent. So good luck. Caller 10, you got Cavs tickets for the playoffs. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Slight chance of rain overnight, 34 for a low. We'll see gradual clearing Wednesday and a high 46. Thursday, sunshine and highs near 60.
This report is sponsored by Burton Sheet Metal Heating Cooling Specialists. You're not just a homeowner, you're also an air conditioner that only works sometimes owner. You need cooling built and tested to keep going. American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard. Visit BurtonSheetMetal.com for your estimate today.
saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Get down, girl, go ahead, get down.
God, remember how great Kanye used to be?
Yeah.
This album's going to be 20 years old this summer. I think this late registration. I think this is what Gold Digger's off with. Sacramento,
incredible, man.
California. Oh yeah, first couple albums are great.
Probably still could be if he wasn't so crazy. You don't lose that talent. You know what I mean?
Gosh. Sacramento, California. You know they are. They've provided a soft landing for the Oakland A's before they get out to Vegas. They'll be there for the next few seasons, but they have minor league baseball there as well. They've got a team called the Sacramento River Cats. They are the AAA affiliate of the San Francisco Giants, and they rolled out a whole bunch of branding and merch and the whole thing for an alternate name for the team, that they could sell some stuff off minor league baseball apparel. You know, minor league teams are always coming up with interesting things. And they wanted to poke fun at Northern California's history. It was ground zero there for the gold rush. And so the alternate team name were the Sacramento Gold Diggers, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? The logo is just like an old prospector there with a pickaxe and a miner's helmet, and it's that geographically, it's accurate. But I guess people flipped out because they said that it's a negative connotation.
If you want to take it that way, sure, it can be.
The River Cats rebrand, local columnist wrote, as a misogynistic joke on women. I shouldn't have to explain to you why their video is bad, she said. Gold Digger is not a nice name. It's not a name typically used in any fashion other than to insult women. First of all, there are, again, it's geographically sound. These people were like, yeah, we're just kind of, it's a takeoff on, obviously they understand the connotation. That's why it's a double entendre. But also, there are a lot of women who are proud to refer to themselves as gold diggers. Like Kanye said, she ain't messing with no broke.
Also, most guys that call women gold diggers don't really have gold that
to
they're
be dug.
digging for, to be dug.
Yeah, she's just
So,
a gold
nice
digger.
try.
Yeah, she's trying to get your $30K a year, Charles. Yeah, that's what she's doing. If you got a lot of money, you don't care she's digging on your gold.
Yeah, in
Right?
fact, you want to, like, show up for your girl like that.
That's right. Even if you don't have a ton of money, you want to show up for your girl.
Yeah.
Kanye, your thoughts?
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Okay, well, again, that's got nothing to do with what we're talking about, but
It's pretty on brand.
you want to reconsider? No, not that either. It's, right. Yeah, nope. Okay. So the team pretty much 86'd the whole campaign and said, yeah, we missed the mark. We were trying to reference Sacramento's rich history. Tristan Thompson of your Cleveland Cavaliers, who spent some time with the Sacramento Kings, wasn't particularly kind about his time there. He wasn't a big fan of Sacramento. He called it the Milwaukee of California. A lot of people, myself included, pointing out that Cleveland is not that dissimilar from Milwaukee.
I still think we're better.
Have you ever been to Milwaukee?
No, I'm better than Sacramento. But no,
Have you ever been to Sacramento?
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, Sacramento is terrible.
Yeah.
But I shouldn't say that. It's not Bakersfield. I mean,
Haven't really experienced Milwaukee much. Like, I don't count if I traveled through it, but I know it's one of the drunkest regions of America. So it's probably
one
a
of the
good time.
well, it's the Midwest. I mean, one of the
Yeah.
drunkest
No,
regions.
but Milwaukee specifically. Plus, I love cheese,
Yeah,
so.
but back in the day, it was because, breweries and stuff. But now every goddamn city's got multiple breweries in it. So.
There's actual, research that shows that it's, always one of the top 3 drunkest places.
Well, yeah. The drunkest cities in America. Green Bay, Wisconsin is usually
Green
at the
Bay,
top. Yeah.
Did you guys both forget what you learned from Alice Cooper?
That school's out all summer?
It's pronounced Milwaukee.
Milwaukee, the good land. The 20 drunkest cities. Well, that's old, boy. That's 2016. Drunkest U.S. cities 2025. Let's get the updated information. Yeah, a lot of them are like Wisconsin, North Dakota. Places where there isn't much to do but drink.
True.
I like to
it's
think I
always by
upped Cleveland
cornfield.
by being here.
Rob Anthony,
Yeah.
everybody.
bet.
Well
I
done.
think I helped.
The drunkest city in the United States is Green Bay, Wisconsin.
You know, Cleveland is always on those lists where it says like most depressed cities. Did you help with that too, Rob?
Yes, I did.
Unfortunately,
I thought that went without saying.
Unfortunately, one of the data points they use when they determine the drunkest cities is the number of DUI fatalities.
Oh boy!
Oh, okay.
Right? It's not so. It's like
so there could be drunker cities. They just haven't gotten caught, is what you're saying.
right. They're much better behind the wheel.
Yes.
Green Bay, Wisconsin. 26.5% of adults drink to excess. 51% of driving deaths in Green Bay involve alcohol. Of course, that town owns an NFL team as well. So that's a double whammy.
Wow. And like other cities in Wisconsin are all like on that list of
the
top 5.
The top 20 drunkest cities are all in the northern part of the United States. The driest cities are in the south or the west.
That's because they're all doing meth.
West Coast. You go to a place like Colorado and California. There's stuff to do other than drink.
Yeah, true.
You can go hike. People are in better shape.
And people get stoned too there.
California sober.
Yep.
So yeah, Wisconsin itself has 10 of the drunkest cities in the United States. It's all the pretzels and the cheese and the beer and the Green Bay, Eau Claire, Appleton, Madison. All great cities.
I'd love to go for the cheese, just do like a cheese tour of some kind.
I mean, we've got Grandpa's Cheese Barn out here.
Oh, really?
You've never been to Grandpa's
no.
Cheese Barn? All right. You should ask,
Fairlawn.
Fairlawn.
I'm going to check that out. Oh, wait, no, Ashland.
Yeah. I've been to there's one in Barberton. There's one, there's a couple of them. Whatever the one that's way out there is. Like on the way to, where is it? On the way to Columbus? You go past Grandpa's Cheese Barn?
Yeah.
I'll stop there when I go to Sonic Temple. You get some chocolates.
But can't you just buy that same cheese in the grocery store?
Cheese curds. No.
You see the whole process.
How do you know?
You can't buy because that's why people go to Grandpa's Cheese Barn.
I think people like the destination thing. That's freaking cheese.
Yeah, trust me. You're preaching to the choir. I'm just saying that if it's on the way,
travel for that.
I'm not I'm not making a special trip, but if it's on the way, yes, I will pull into Grandpa's Cheese Barn because it's not just limited to cheese, Rob. And didn't Grandpa pass away?
I would imagine it's probably the 7th grandpa that's been in charge of that place at this point.
No, I think Grandpa, Patriarch Paul Dick Baum, dead at the age of 93. This would have been in 2022.
Was he the founder of the business?
Yeah, he was the grandpa of Grandpa's Cheese Barn and Sweetie's Chocolates. He died in 2022 at 93. He and his wife had been married for 73 years.
But
no wonder he wanted to spend his time with cheese.
His dad may have been the first grandpa, and he just became grandpa because he was surviving. Unless, of course, he started the business. Then that wouldn't make any sense.
It was founded by his dad. Maybe,
Yes.
Maybe, right?
Yes.
Founded in 1978.
Oh, all right. never
Along
mind.
with Grandpa Baum. Oh. I can't follow. I think he founded it.
Okay.
Have you guys been to many like factories of like tours? Like, there's like beer ones. There's a chocolate one. I've been to in
Was
North
this Willy
Canton.
Wonka? No, I don't go to food tours.
I remember as a kid, I enjoyed touring the Harry London Chocolate Factory. It's in North Canton.
I got in trouble for showing my Harry London, Rob. What is Harry London?
It's just a type of chocolatier, and anyway, it's just
You would
one
tour
of
these
those
as a
childhood
child?
memories. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how many times I did it in my life, but it was when I was small, and yeah, I'm just thinking about this stuff.
Harry London sounds like the Bollywood version of Harry Potter, doesn't it?
Yep. There's a lot of candy and chocolates made in Chicago. There was a place for a long time called the Blommer Chocolate Company, and I don't know if it's still open, but it was on my way to work. Well, I would, the radio station where I worked, I would ride my bike from my apartment, probably about 5 miles from my apartment to the radio station. and the Blommer Chocolate Company. I mean, you could smell it from miles away.
I hate that name.
And
Doesn't sound right.
being that close to it every day, I was like, I can't even imagine. You're probably nose blind to it if you work there. It was like that kind of like punch in the face, cloying, any kind of smell that would come from a factory, right? A manufacturer. Smells good when you first get a whiff of it. But then when you're like in that part of town and it's just this hardcore, just relentless chocolate smells, like, oh my God. No, they were open for like 85 years and they closed a couple of years ago.
There's a million places, like in Portsmouth, New Hampshire and stuff. You'd walk
Oh, I
by
bet.
and they would have just, people making the hard candies and stuff like
Yeah.
that,
Mm-hmm.
I never cared.
There's a
I mean,
lot
you
of-
see it once, see the guy stretching, you're like, okay, cool, candy, great.
Right.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of artisanal type of things out there where you're from.
Yeah, it was, but again, I mean, the novelty wears off really fast. You
Yeah.
watch somebody stretch some stuff and turn it into a candy bar, you're like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What's next?
Yeah, like the taffy.
Well,
that
like,
machine.
but
It's
they
cool to
also have
watch.
TV shows where you go watch them at home.
True.
Yeah.
How stuff
Yeah,
is
especially
made,
now.
or
Yeah, yeah. There was a
Mark Summers is hosting.
we had a potato chip factory in the town over from where I grew up. It's called State Line Potato Chips. It's gone now.
Aw.
But it was the same thing. It was great. People would be like, "Oh my God, I smell potato chips," and then by like the 7th time they drove by, like, I smell potato chips.
That's what I'm saying. Like for the first couple of
Wow.
minutes, you're like, "Oh, it smells good,"
Yeah, it's like it just.
and then
gross.
when it lingers, it's
Yeah.
like in the air.
It smells like a fart.
Is that what is that? Is that chocolate? Is that? It's a little bit salty. What is that? It
smells like. Is that potato chip?
Is that potato chip?
No,
or
no. Keep
chocolate?
guessing.
I love the chocolate covered potato chips at Mally's.
Never had one.
Sometimes a fart can smell like a potato chip, though.
Yeah.
Like potato chips, like a bag of freshly opened potato chips.
Huh.
So I could see that.
Freshly opened farts.
Yeah.
Hey, it's $1,000. Last chance today to win.
A great segue.
How's that for a pivot? It is, and then RMG will start up again tomorrow morning. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, you guys were talking about the sperm races.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen about the prettiest bee-hole contest in Michigan? This is only a couple of years old, I think. Lansing. Both of my older kids went to, my son has graduated, but my daughter is still at Michigan State University. They're in East Lansing. And there is a chain of strip clubs in Michigan called Deja Vu. And the one in Lansing has a contest every year. You got to buy tickets for Michigan's prettiest bee-hole. Show you the poster on the live stream there. You can buy tickets. There are $2,000 in cash and prizes. A couple of celebrity guest hosts that none of us have ever heard of before. And it is pretty much what you think it would be.
Can you imagine celebrity guest host?
Ass up. Listen, I remember in the earliest days of my career in Michigan when I first moved to Kalamazoo, I was doing appearances at Deja Vu. I can't believe they're still around.
Alan, would you judge the nicest butthole contest?
I certainly would. I'm not a big strip club guy, but I mean, they've got packages of tickets here. You can now for the pink package, admission for up to 5 guests. You get bottle service, meet and greet with the winner of the competition, and wouldn't you know it, that package is completely sold out at $500 a pop. Wow! Now there's the $5,000 package. That's the judge's ticket. You get the only public seat available at the judge's table. It includes your own headlamp to get the clearest view.
Spelunker's helmet.
A photo with the winner. And, pretty exciting. This is going to happen next month for our bureau chiefs there in the Mitten. Saturday night, May the 17th. I'll be unable to go because, wouldn't you know it, that's the same night as the Girl Scouts daddy-daughter dance.
Aww.
And I don't know that my daughter would understand if I was going to say, I'm going to be out of town because daddy's got to check out the prettiest bee-hole competition.
Well, she already asked the question.
I guess she did, but...
Pre-asked. She knew someday it was coming, so it's already easily explained.
Yeah, I guess she did. She kind of saw the future.
Nostradamus.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
Good point. You know what, Alan? If you have plans, I will go on behalf of the show. And I will take one for the team, and I will
on that
help
grenade.
Judge the prettiest butthole in Michigan.
Oh, you're gonna judge? I mean,
Why
I think
not?
they've already got judges.
Well, so they can do it for $5,000, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to charge it to the company.
Yeah.
I can be a special guest judge. I mean, you get a spelunker's helmet.
Mhm.
Like, why would I not want to do this?
Doesn't $2,000 seem a little stingy?
Not if you need $2,000.
I mean, if they're in Michigan, if you want to get up there and show off your Lansing leaky loafer, whatever they call them up there. Your Saginaw Star.
It says 2,000 in cash prizes, so it's not going to be just like first is probably only like $1,000 or $1,500.
Mm-hmm. Well, get in there, ladies.
I wonder what the like you look at the judge's score sheet.
Yeah.
Like you wonder what the parameters, like what would they be?
You mean the criteria for it? Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what
Color,
constitutes pretty.
Number of spokes.
Topography.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
If you got a real Kalamazoo crater there, they might not take too kindly to that.
Roid free.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Andrew.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
What's up?
Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
So I lived in Williamsburg, Virginia, and across the street was the Anheuser-Busch Brewery. And growing up as a kid, I'm like, man, this stinks. Then I never even noticed it anymore. I brought my friends home from college. They get out of the car, and they're like, Williamsburg smells amazing.
Right. But yeah, you get nose blind to
It's the
it.
same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
And so when did you finally get out of there and wave goodbye to the beer in the air?
Oh, it sucks because like my parents moved after we went to college, so I only get back there every once in a while. But like when I go back, man, it does smell amazing. Like, it's great.
Yeah.
So it actually smells like beer?
Oh no, it's just like the hops and stuff. Like you get smell in the air.
Like grain. Like
Wow.
grain.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Cool.
So.
Right. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, no problem, bud.
There's Andrew.
Can't help it.
I know.
No, come on, man.
I know.
It's all fun and games. Mm-hmm.
Is that an elephant?
Chewbacca. Where's that garage one? Mm-hmm. A beginning, a middle, and an end.
I'm partial to that quick one. That I don't know why that certain one makes me laugh every time. That's the one.
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Especially when you just like lay it in like in the middle of a couple words.
I forget who we were talking to a couple of weeks back. We were taking stories about something, and this woman called in, and you started playing those. And
Like an older caller.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and when I started laughing, you started laughing, and you kept going with them. And we were just both laughing off mic. It's one of my favorite things we've done. It was so dumb.
Check 1, 2. Hello. Calling all. It's time for Americans to stand up. Tune in.
Let me take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192. You can watch the show live if you're so inclined at our YouTube channel, and you can listen on the iHeart Radio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning
insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You see, St. Vincent is coming to do the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this summer. If you're a fan, I'm a huge fan. I can't wait. She was just in Pittsburgh the other night. I think somebody was DMing me. She goes, "Are you in the crowd here at the St. Vincent show?" Because I think I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm going to see her in August. St. Vincent is going to be doing a show August the 29th over at the Rock Hall, right outside. If you've never seen a show out there on the lawn at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on a summer night in Cleveland, Ohio, on the shores of one of America's Great Lakes.
I'm down for that.
Oh,
Yeah, it
my
sounds
God.
fun.
Of course. It's a lot of fun. Chef recommends. Your Cleveland Guardians are in Baltimore tonight. First of 3 against the Orioles. 7:05 is your first pitch tonight. So 6:35, thereabouts. Right after we get out of here is when your pregame will get underway. Guardians will head to PNC Park Friday, Saturday, Sunday, play the Pirates, and then come back home next week to host the Yankees and then the Boston Red Sox. And that Guardians are hanging out for a minute. They got homestands against the Yankees, the Red Sox, and the Twins. But 7:05 tonight, first pitch on WMMS, and you can also listen on the iHeartRadio app. If you are somebody who listens to this program on the app from out of state, tell me where you do it. The great Nick Costas is going to be here tomorrow. He's the owner, operator, grand poobah of Hilarities, Pickwick and Frolic, right there in East 4th. That club celebrating its 40th anniversary, not only an unbelievable accomplishment in Cleveland, but in the world of stand-up comedy. A universally appreciated comedy club, one of the last great clubs. And they're celebrating their 40th, so they have a lot of big names coming in. Not least of whom is Louis C.K. He's doing a Tuesday night. He's doing May 13th. And I will have a pair of tickets to give to you tomorrow afternoon when Nick is here around 4:30. So if you want to go see that Louis C.K. show, I will have a couple tickets for you. Nick's going to bring them with him. He said, I'll bring you a pair to give away. So that'll be tomorrow afternoon. And anybody coming in end of the week? Doesn't look like it. But Nick is more than enough. So that'll be tomorrow. Oh God, the Gene Hackman's wife died of the hantavirus, right? The Gene Hackman story is pretty well documented at this point. And in the initial reporting, I was like, oh, they live in New Mexico. They live in the middle of nowhere. Just the way that everything was being described, I was like, it sounds like these two are living in squalor. He was in the advanced stages of Alzheimer's, so he didn't know what the hell was going on. She was his caretaker. And they've pretty much mapped out the timeline there. But if you saw any of the aerial photos, and you need aerial photos, because they weren't living in a double wide in the middle of nowhere. They were living in a $4 million mansion in Santa Fe. So there was like the main house, but apparently there were all of these other structures on the property that they determined were infested with rats. And that's how the wife got sick. Gene Hackman's $4 million mansion. Listen, she couldn't take care of him and the grounds at the same time, except it was a groundskeeper, wasn't it, who found their bodies?
Yeah.
So there was somebody working on this property, at least occasionally.
Why go to any other building?
Gene Hackman's mansion was infested with rats and became a breeding ground for hantavirus that killed his wife, Betsy, before he died days later because she wasn't around, he fell, or whatever. And so they're still doing pretty deep dives on the whole Gene Hackman thing. But that's pretty gross.
Yeah.
The breeding ground for the hantavirus.
I hate rodents. Nasty.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Ugh.
And they've done a pretty forensic dive on all of as much information as they possibly could. They went through her internet searches. She was looking for information on COVID symptoms and breathing techniques a day before she died. So she knew something was going on. And, you know, hantavirus is not a common thing. It's not in 2025. And they think that Gene Hackman died about a week after she did. Complications from Alzheimer's disease. And they're pretty sure he probably didn't even know that she was dead, given the fact that he was so diminished. That's what's so crazy about, like, the one photo that was going around, you know, because they were almost never seen. The one photo that was going around was the one of them, like, walking out of a restaurant or something, and Gene Hackman is unrecognizable.
Yeah, he looks like the crypt keeper.
Yes. I mean, she was a good 30 years younger than him, I think, but he was 95. They've been together a long time, and he was just like, you could barely tell that was him. If it didn't say Gene Hackman, you wouldn't know. So there's law enforcement body cam footage that's got, you know, cops walking up on the property and all that kind of stuff. But infestation at the mansion. Pretty direct cause and effect situation there. Rodent droppings and urine is how you get the hantavirus. So if only she hadn't drank all that urine, Rob.
Trying to wash down the rodent droppings.
What are these, Raisinets?
They're dry.
These are really dry. Yeah, but the house was a big house, boy.
Well, I think you kind of have to expect that, no?
Yeah, well, I get that. That's why the initial reporting, I was like, were these two destitute? I don't know. You know, everybody assumes that if you were rich one time, you're rich forever. I don't know. I mean, it sounds like he was pretty estranged from his kids, and they did determine that he had left all of his money to his wife, but now they're both gone. And so he has, I think, 2 daughters and a son that are going to be, no doubt.
That's our money!
Well, again, I don't even know if they would be fighting over it. If it goes to them as next of kin, I don't know how that works.
Well,
sounds like it would go to them.
I thought we talked about that. It went all to the wife, so I don't think they got anything. And
well, she's dead.
Seem like
well, that's what I mean, though. But if she's dead, it would have to go to someone, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but I have a feeling, like, with how the kids are acting, that they're not getting much, and like they're scorned or something, because they weren't at all involved. Like, and even now, like, remember when they left the body and nobody was claiming it? It's like, I don't know. That seems like they're bitter.
They're laying there in the morgue.
Did they pick them up yet? Do we even know that?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, good.
That's good.
There were droppings found in 3 garages, 3 sheds on the property. And obviously she came in contact. But again, I mean, they found live rats, dead ones, a rodent nest found in 3 more garages on the property. You are in the middle of the desert. You think that you'd have to. They found rat droppings in 2 vehicles on the estate. They found traps, so clearly it had been an ongoing issue. But they said that the primary residence, the house they were living in, there were no signs. So it was just like on the outskirts. But, man, what a way to go.
Yeah, the whole thing is just so damn sad.
It's weird. Didn't they say his house was 9,000 square feet?
Wow.
Somebody said, probably.
What a tiny place.
I was going to say, how do people live like that?
I mean,
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's like, even if you have the means, like, when you're that old and you can't, like, get around as much, like, I feel like it's not necessary. But, you know, to each their own with how they spend their money.
I'm sure he was like independent floor living, though. Something tells me he wasn't getting up to the 2nd floor too often.
No.
Yeah.
There is a chain of convenience stores that I thought were all gone. They were bought by a company called Maverick. But they always gave people a chuckle. They were called Come and Go. Kumngo. I'm trying to think of the one that I think maybe when I was in Colorado was the first time that I was at a Come and Go. But they're still out there. The parent company that bought them is called Maverick, and so they've been switching over the branding. But there's a handful of Come and Go's still remaining. Guy in Missouri got arrested. Springfield, Missouri. Of course, many, many years ago, Springfield was infamous for being the methamphetamine capital of the United States. But I think that dubious distinction has long been taken over by somebody else. A guy who fled the scene after plowing his truck into a come and go. So he did both. I mean, he came and then he went. And they got him on security footage running away. He was driving a Dodge Ram. 60-year-old Dale Hammett ran into the convenience store and then ran away. And the cops found him. He said that his Crocs got caught in the pedal of the truck, causing him to accidentally accelerate into the business. And my thought was, a grown man wearing Crocs?
You should have put him in sport mode.
Is he a child?
Was he got the charms on them too?
Probably. The flashlight.
Driving his truck in his Crocs. He said that he freaked out and ran away. So they charge him with a bunch of stuff.
How do you say you're coming up with a convenience store, gas?
Mm-hmm.
Try to come up with a name.
Mm-hmm.
You sit down on a meeting and you start throwing stuff against the wall. And you're like, what are we going to call this place? I don't know. Let's call it the Quick Stop. Somebody's got that one. What about Come and Go? Oh, I don't know. That feels sort of weird. And they had to throw their names out. Like Load and Leave.
Well, what do people do?
Spunk and Split.
Yeah, but you know what though? It's pretty boring. It was just the two initials of the guys who founded the company.
Dude.
K and G.
Okay.
So
why not call it K and G?
Well, sure.
Jizz and Jet.
But but in the 50s, they probably didn't, believe it or not, in the 50s, they probably didn't have a double entendre in mind.
Really?
I don't think so, right? I mean, hey, we got you come and you go. You come in and you go. And because they used K and G, it was just come and go.
Yeah.
It's not going to be K-O-M-E.
No.
It'd be K-U-M.
But that would mean something else had to have been spelled that way back then in order to use the K-U-M to be funny.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think this might be part. Jimmy Haslam's. Does he still do Pilot Flying J? Is that still his company? Isn't that where he made his money?
I think so.
I think they might be the parent company of the company that owns Come and Go now, this Maverick chain. So blame him.
If it was more accurate, you'd want it to leave, right? You don't do that and then go. You do that and then leave. So it should have been come and leave.
They're going to call it Come and Leave.
Yeah, come in, leave. Then it makes more sense.
You go, you come in.
And you leave.
And then you go.
You leave.
Yeah, but the guy's last name, William Krause and Tony Gentle. Now, they should have called it Come Gently. Come Gentle is what they should have called it. Here at Come Gentle, we pride ourselves on not only the finest convenience store items, but gas at reasonable prices. So come on in to Come Gentle. And they're in Colorado and Michigan. I think the closest ones to us are in Michigan. But that's how it got going. And they basically grabbed a bunch of like old 7-Elevens and they absorbed a bunch of other smaller chains.
I remember the first time seeing that sign on a road trip with my parents. I was like,
well,
woke my brother up. I'm like, look at the sign.
But also I don't know that they like leaned into it per se, but they were selling a lot of Come and Go t-shirts.
Yeah.
It was a little on the nose for me. I mean, I was aware of it. I'd never been to one until we were in Colorado. And I was like, okay, I get it. But I'm not going to walk around in a Come and Go t-shirt.
I would have instantly bought one.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I guess I still could, but if it was like if my parents stopped and I had money on me at 13 years old, I would have been like, oh, I would have worn that shirt every single day for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I remember seeing it. I didn't know what it was when I first saw Johnny Knoxville had the t-shirt in one of the Jackass movies. He had a Come and Go t-shirt.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what that was. I mean, that was a long time before I walked into one in Colorado, but yeah. They just took the two founders' initials and K and G. I mean, you're not going to call a convenience store K and G because there's no hook there. But come and go.
That had to have been a term in the 50s. It had to have been done on purpose so that people would talk about it. It had to be.
Maybe.
Hey, I'm K. You're G. I don't know. Come and go. I like it.
William Krause, Tony Gentle founded the Hampton Oil Company in Hampton, Iowa in 1959. It would eventually become the Krause Gentle Corporation. And in 1963, opened their first convenience stores. The Come and Go name was adopted in 1975.
Oh, damn it.
What?
The C version didn't come up as a term used all the time until 1973. Yes, I did do origin of.
Well, maybe they should do a cooperative crossover with that AI recipe website.
Yeah.
Start selling that jizz soup.
To go.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, Alan. This reminds me of two convenience stores. One of them, I don't know if this is a local chain, but I grew up in Kenmore, south side of Akron. And when I was a kid, I don't know if the store is still there. I think it's changed names a long time ago. I don't know if there were any more of these, but it was called Open Pantry, and people used to call it Open Panties.
Yeah. In Chicago for decades, there was a local chain called White Hen Pantry, and they got eventually bought by somebody else, and we did the exact same thing, Randy. We'd go to the White Hen Panties, and we'd go get, they'd sell you a bottle. It was Illinois, so you could friggin' get bottles of Yukon Jack from behind the counter. But yeah, White Hen Panties.
And Malort.
Yeah, I remember visiting Chicago and being surprised you could buy liquor from Walgreens. This back in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
Back before we had Walgreens here. But the other one that reminds me of is Speedway. You ever heard people call it Speedway?
No. What I like about Speedway is that invariably, any location I go to, at least one of the letters is burned out on the sign.
Mm-hmm.
So you might get Seedway, you might get Peedway, you might get C-Day. I mean, it's fun. You try to figure out which one is going to be burned out. And okay, thank you, Randy. I appreciate the call.
Lots of knowledge of convenience store origins.
Open panty.
Yeah. Well, here's something else we didn't know till now.
What's that?
Where that term actually comes from.
Which?
See, because I Googled this, the C version of that word.
Yeah.
The double entendre has its origins in the malting process where malt rises to the top and sometimes shoots off, referred to as C. Yeah?
Okay.
So there you have it.
All
See?
right.
So these guys weren't as dirty as I had kind of hoped they were in 1950-something.
Okay. Where were you 2.5 years ago when I had actor Alan Cumming on the show, and I could have really
used the origin for his name?
Ingratiated myself with him with that knowledge, yes.
Sir, anyone in your distant family, were they ever brewers?
Mm-hmm.
This has something to do with the malting process, which would explain your last name.
He is Scottish. Yeah, he and I bonded. We trauma bonded over our respective last names. It was fun. All right, we got to go.
You guys should open a convenience store.
Culling and Cox. Still it, everybody. Will you spell Cox with a K? No. Oh, we have fun, don't we?
We do.
It's
Isn't it fun?
We
Just
have fun. We just giggle and chortle.
Laugh at fart sounds.
Oh, it is to laugh. What a guffaw. Just a couple of larfs.
And then it's over.
And then you come and go.
As quickly as it began, it ends. All right. All right, we got to go. Rob, where can people find you in the off hours?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Kat?
Cat Be Creative or the Serbian Queen on Instagram.
You can find me, Alan Cox Show, on your socials. AlanCoxShow.com. You want to email me there if you need Alan Cox Show stickers. I'm happy to send those out. I bought a whole new sheet of Betty White stamps.
Yo.
Locked and loaded.
American Treasure.
The program is available for you wherever you get your podcasts. You can leave messages for us if you listen to the show on the iHeartRadio app. Little talkback button there. Voicemails on the After Hours line anytime. That is 216-986-8903. It's not just the Brian feedback line. And what else? I think that's it. Guardians baseball is next shortly after 6:30. Get you into pregame, 7:05 first pitch. Camden Yards. Guardians are in Baltimore to play the Orioles. And we will return to you tomorrow around 2 o'clock. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out today. Appreciate it, as always. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Hey, this is Lincoln Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Guardians are back on the diamond tonight, squaring off against the Orioles in the first of 3. Logan Allen gets the start opposite Charlie Morton. The Cavaliers are enjoying a break before the start of the playoffs, securing the top seed in the East. Vice President J.D. Vance went viral Monday after dropping part of Ohio State's college football playoff trophy during a White House ceremony. I'm Seth Everett.
That feeling of owning your first Mercedes-Benz is hard to believe, but it's real. From the leather stitching to the iconic design, every element of a Mercedes lives up to its reputation. See for yourself at your local dealer. Offers are waiting.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis. For over 30